All right. Welcome back, everybody, to the Xbox 2 podcast. We are now live. Hopefully, everything is looking good. Hopefully, everything is sounding good because it's been a couple weeks since we've had to do this. I'm back, although I'm still a little sick. I spent the past week with the flu. Has not been a fun week at all, really. Dealing with flu-like symptoms and stuff like that, but here we are again, episode 347. I'm Randall Thor 19, the man with the million, and as always, we are joined by Mr. Jez Corden, Windows Central.
Yo.
What's up, buddy?
I'm good. But how are you feeling, man? You still under the weather? Or because, I could go solo, man. I went solo last week.
I think you want to go solo. I think you're ready to just cut off the dead weight that I am and just call it Xbox
man.
One and just
Xbox One?
do a weekly solo show, you know?
I don't think I want to call it Xbox One. That's bad juju, but yeah, it went all right last week. People said it was fun. We streamed 90 minutes or so.
No, I think I looked. It was like 2.5 hours. What are you talking about?
Was it really?
Something like that.
Well, there you go. It didn't feel so long. Time flies when you're having fun, right? With the Xbox 2 community.
That's right.
But yeah, it's a fun time. But it's not the same doing it without you, buddy. So glad you're back on the mend.
Yeah.
And luckily, Nate the Hate has given us a lot of stuff to talk about.
Nate the Hate. Yes. I was a part of that podcast. It's funny. I see headlines.
I did not know that.
I've seen headlines all across the internet, and every single big website that there is has basically covered a lot of what Nate talked about in there. And just like it is here on Xbox 2, when you put out some scoops, I'm never mentioned. So, like, I see GameSpot, I see Eurogamer, I see VGC, I see Insider Gaming.
Did you put out anything there?
You know me. I don't do that sort of stuff.
You don't kiss and tell.
Yeah, I mean, because if I would, it would sound too on the nose, where it's like you know something but you can't say it, because if you did, people would just look at you weird and you'd be like, "That's a leak," and I don't like doing that stuff. I've done it in the past, and you know nobody cares, you know. But I'm grateful that I can kind of go underneath everything and just be a passenger, and everybody's like, oh, you know, like, look what was said here. But yeah, there is a lot to talk about. I wasn't here last week, so there's even some of those things we might mention again there. But Euromal says, are you guys going to do anything for the 360th episode? We probably should, right? Was that 13 episodes from
maybe.
now? 360? Yeah. Do a little event of some kind?
Yeah, maybe. I think that'd be cool.
So,
yeah, do you remember when people thought the next Xbox was going to be called the 720?
Yeah. Do you remember when a lot of people thought that we were we called the podcast Xbox 2 because people thought the Xbox what was it? The Xbox Series X and S would be called the Xbox 2.
All right.
Remember, because it was the Xbox One, so it's like, oh my god, what is the next Xbox going to be? And it's like Xbox 2, you know?
Well, it does kind of sound like inspired by Xbox One, 2. There's two of us, you know. But I don't know. It works. Who suggested that name? Someone suggested that name originally.
It was Astra Gaming originally suggested that game. And see, someone's paying attention, because MJF says, y'all low-key leaked Master Chief to the Switch 2 weeks back. Quote, maybe Master Chief Collection is coming to Switch 2. Just speculation. Yeah, I think I even said I wouldn't be surprised if it showed up at a Switch 2 game reveal.
Yeah, you did say that.
Which is where I think it is going to show up at. Like, if I
So you think...
Guess.
So what's the... Well, we'll get into all that in a minute, I suppose. Let's we'll do a bit of a housekeeping, and then we'll rock some topics, and because I've got a bunch of stuff to ask you.
Okay.
For a change.
So we got the wonderful people at patreon.com/XB2. You can join it for free, but there's also, you know, little extra tiers there, you know, that you can join to get access to the question and answer thread, which we will answer at the end of the show, or early access to Xbox 2+1, or the exclusive Patreon show we do, Xbox 2 Ultimate, which we should be doing. We got an Xbox 2+1 coming next week, which should be fun. And then maybe even another one coming the week after that. So the next couple weeks should be pretty filled with extra content. But we do have some shout outs for the Xbox 2 MVPs. We have D-Big, Fluffy Bunny, Resin Force, I Mike Zero, Tier, Shrapnel, Inner Machine, Just James 93, Holy Dark Death, Steve Stompy, 09 C Mine, James Wiseau, Trickster for Trey, Lazar Wolf, Will Hernandez, Battered Haddock, Army Dude 52C, Ryan Kipple, Foreign Object, RS Donks, Randall Thor 19, Silas, James Moore, Fantasticals, Katriox, Bright Tundra 1, Discarded Caboose, Justin Duel, Frank Mariano, Preview Broking, Asa T and Madison, Governor Grimm, DZ Huffin, Wagerman, Pat Rock, The Scarecrow 121, Darren Torpy, Briggs Country, Prof JJJ, and Wolfgang KPZ. Thank you guys so much for supporting what we do. Raj
Briggs
says
is
in the
new
chat,
to the tier as well, so thank you, Briggs.
he says, Raj says, I don't see a Patreon thread for today's show. Am I missing something? Jez?
It should be there. It should be there, but it's got the same number as last week. Yeah, it is there. Just look in the feed. It's a couple of posts down. Oh, actually, the top post, XB2 347. Let's try again. That's the thread there. Because even though I did a show last week, it wasn't an official numbered podcast. So yeah.
Yeah. Because you did. What did you call it by yourself? An Xbox One?
It was an Xbox 2 minus 1.
Xbox 2 minus 1. And then the other week you did Xbox 2 minus 1 plus 1. Right?
It was minus 2 plus 2.
Minus 2 plus 2.
Because you weren't there, the guest wasn't there. And then 2 other people came in. So it was minus 2 plus 2, technically.
Right.
If you want to be pedantic about it.
Jasper says, the Fable alpha gameplay you saw really made me think that they were getting ready to show it at the Dev Direct. What's going on with that? Well, we'll talk about all that stuff when we get to the Dev Direct.
Yeah, I do have some thoughts about the Fable footage. I will say that I don't think it was meant for public consumption, but we'll talk about it more in depth in a minute.
Yeah. So what you been playing, Jez? I know you told me that you're on a Final Fantasy kick. Is this true?
I am indeed on a Final Fantasy kick right now. Which sounds like I picked a good time to go on a Final Fantasy kick, given what Nate the Hate said earlier. But yeah, I have actually completed 2 games already in 2025.
Wow.
Bro.
Wow.
I've completed some games.
You've caught
finally.
up to me so far. You've caught up to me because I'm at 2
yeah.
right now. But I'm also spending a lot of time playing a long game. So I'll talk about that in a minute, but go ahead.
Yeah, I've completed Final Fantasy 1 and 2, and I think I'm in the final dungeon of Final Fantasy 3. So I've been binging and really binging Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster Collection.
Look at these little baby games that you're playing.
Yeah, well,
How long are those games? I never played them.
I think Final Fantasy 1, I think that was about 6 or 7 hours.
Ooh.
Final Fantasy 2 was similar in length. Final Fantasy 3 is significantly longer. Like, it feels like Final Fantasy 3 was like, oh, okay, now we've got some budget.
Yeah, now we went from NES to Super NES.
I think it's still NES,
Is
Final
it?
Fantasy
Okay.
3, the original. I think, off the top of my head. But you can just feel the quality. There's way more characters, there's way more dialogue, there's way more dungeons, there's way more music. And the combat system is way more developed, shall we say. So I'm really enjoying 3 so far. But everyone hates 2, but I didn't hate 2 either. I had a really nice time, and Rand, I played them entirely on cloud. JRPGs are just the perfect game for cloud.
Mm-hmm.
And I played the whole damn thing in cloud, lying in bed. That's pretty much what I did all holiday break, was just chill in bed with some relaxing Final Fantasy, you know. Because they're not hard games at all. They're very chill and very straightforward and very brainless. So it just felt like comfort food, man. It was a really great experience. But I'm actually playing another game at the moment, a much longer game, and I don't know if I can say that I'm playing it yet. But I'm playing a game for review at the moment because I thought I'm going to do more game reviews this year than I did last year, or try and get back to it. Because now I'm executive editor rather than managing
Executive.
editor.
Oh man,
I'm
You gotta
executive editor now.
Step up here.
I stepped up a bit. I don't have as much managerial duties to do now, so I should have more time to actually review games. But we'll see what happens. But yeah, the game I'm playing for review is fantastic, and I can't wait to talk more about it.
Interesting. Interesting.
There's a
Well,
lot of games coming out in a short space of time. We've got like Civ 7, for example. We've got Kingdom Come Deliverance. Previews came out today, and we previewed that, and my previewer said it was fantastic. And we've also got, 7 Rebirth coming to PC, which I'm pretty excited
and
about.
apparently Xbox and Switch too.
Yeah.
Hey,
so,
didn't
so the
you
rumor goes.
say that was gonna happen though?
Yeah, whole slate, man. Whole slate, baby. Everyone got mad
They
at me
didn't
for
believe you
this.
because it didn't happen at TGS.
Yeah. I got Pixel Remaster right, at least. But I think I said like the most you could hope for was 16. I think what I heard was Pixel Remaster was a lock. 16 was a maybe, and 7 Remake and Rebirth were sort of further out, if I remember correctly. But it does sound like, the full slate is coming, and I mean, Square Enix themselves have said it, man. It's not even really news at this point, but yeah.
Well, it's news.
Sounds like it's happening sooner.
It's news. It's news
rather than
until it's like the rumor picks up steam. For whatever reason, there's like a contingent of people that like hold on to this idea that Final Fantasy VII Remake and Rebirth going to other platforms is like a shot through the heart.
Sacrilegious.
Yeah, it's like no.
I think there is a nostalgic association between Final Fantasy and PlayStation. I think even I have that. Where it's like, Final Fantasy VII on PlayStation 1 is probably my favorite game experience of all time. Not counting World of Warcraft.
Final Fantasy VII is one of the top
Yeah.
5. If I had to make a list of top 5 games that mean something to me, that kind of groomed me as a gamer, maybe groomed is a bad word, but
Yeah.
like all-time greats, Final Fantasy VII is one of those games for sure.
YouTubers and grooming, name a more iconic duo. but yeah, bad word to use there. But it's the same for me, man. It's Final Fantasy VII was a pivotal moment in my gaming canon, my career, if you want to call it that. The first game where it was like, oh shit, gaming is now something I want to do for the rest of my life forever. Up until then, it had just been kind of a toy. Sonic, Mario, stuff like that. Nothing really gripped me emotionally until I played Final Fantasy VII. So that game has a huge cachet with me. And of course, I played it on PlayStation 1. Actually, no. The very first time I played Final Fantasy VII was on PC, but I only had a demo disc, which I think I'd stolen from the front of some magazine. And the demo disc only featured the section before you go to Gold Saucer. It was such a strange piece of the game to put out as a demo. But I didn't understand what the hell the game was in that demo. So it was not a particularly good demo, I suppose. But yeah. PlayStation 1 and Final Fantasy has all the associations in the world. So I can see why some people get pissed off about it, but we live in a weird gaming time right now.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting we're talking about RPGs because I have been playing Metaphor ReFantazio.
How are you enjoying that? A lot of people, because I've been playing Persona 5 and everyone's going to troll me in chat.
I told you I was going to... am I going to beat Metaphor before you beat Persona? And then am I going to beat Persona before you beat Persona 5? I don't know.
I think, yeah, maybe.
Maybe.
I mean, a lot of people have been trolling me for the fact that you're sort of going to end up completing Metaphor before I finish Persona 5. But I did put a bunch of hours into Persona 5 over the holiday period as well. I think I'm up to like 75, 80 hours now or something. So I'm getting there gradually. But a lot of people say to me like I should have just played Metaphor. If it's like I don't, if what I'm not enjoying about Persona is the setting, then maybe Metaphor and SMT would be better for me. So how are you finding Metaphor so far? Not getting nominated Game of the Year.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I quite like it. I'm 40 hours in right now. Every day I play for a few hours. Um, it, I don't know. It reminds me a lot of, not because I haven't played. This might be one of those things of like, what's the meme? The Boss Baby meme. Someone, guy sees his first movie's Boss Baby, and then like sees a second movie, and he's like, I'm getting a lot of Boss Baby vibes from this, right? Because his only reference is Boss Baby.
Yeah.
So like, there is a lot of. I don't have a lot of history with Atlas. I don't know what the other games are like, but like the way the music is, and the way some of the stuff like how it's presented, the presentation definitely gives me like Final Fantasy, earlier Final Fantasy vibes. But yeah, I'm kind of quite enjoying it. The story so far is interesting enough. Like it's a race to be king, and your character is kind of. It's weird because like this game really does feel like an adventure, right? Because you have to do things within a certain amount of time. Like you can only spend time with your followers or do a dungeon during the day, and then it's nighttime and you can do something else. And it's all about like talking
Persona.
to people and spending time with your companions and increasing their bonds with you, which gives you the archetypes that you fight with, which are basic like.
They're personas.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, so like one persona is like the healer, so it has the healing spells, and another one is the warrior that has like the really physical stuff, and then the knight. So you kind of mix and match them with your parties when you go into battle, to find like to like kind of figure out which ones are the best ones and which
The
powers
enemies, right?
work better against the enemies that you're fighting and stuff like that. So
Yeah.
it really does feel like an actual adventure because of the time. Like each day, like you only have a certain amount of time to finish this, and when you're leaving to go places, you actually spend time getting there instead of being instantly there. And right now, the story's pretty good. Like it's enjoyable. Anytime like the voice acting is fully there, like I kind of sit back and listen, and I'm sure that it's gonna kick up into another gear eventually.
How many hours in are you now?
Yeah, I'll talk more about it when I finish it because I feel like I'm due for a twist of some kind or more a more explosive push forward. Because right now it's like the game starts, the king's dead. You know who killed the king because it's literally the first cutscene, and he wants to be the new king, but the old king made it so that there has to be this competition. So like now you and the group of people you're with are on this like quest to basically become the new king for the prince who is basically sleeping because of a curse. And it's been played pretty straightforward for the most part right now, at least 40 hours in. So I'm kind of waiting for the gut punch or something to happen that's going to take their narrative into the next level or into the next sphere. Because I do know that this game is long.
Well, I will say one thing that's kind of disappointed me about Persona so far is that I'm 75 hours in and I'm still kind of waiting for that moment.
Yeah.
So it's like okay, it's building up something. Okay, never mind.
Maybe it doesn't, but just the way everything's structured, I get a sense that something like that might happen.
Yeah, we'll see.
But so far, so good, man. So far, so good. I'm looking forward to seeing where the story goes. And I have like right now I only have 3 party members, so when I go out and fight, because when you're on the map and you're running around in areas, you can fight the enemies. But if you're more powerful than them, you can like kill them in the overworld combat, and you don't actually have to go into the regular turn-based
Combat
RPG
screen.
stuff, which is great. You can just like farm enemies and take their stuff, and you don't have to actually spend the time fighting them. It's funny because it's like a 40 hours in, and I have 3 characters, and I'm like, I bet you that I'm gonna get more characters in this game at some point. But then it's like, but I've grown attached to these 3 characters because I've been with them for 40 hours. And they're just going to be like, oh, by the way, here's a 5th character at the 50-hour mark. And it's like, I don't care about this character. But that character has like better stats or whatever. So now you're going to have to put them in there. And it's like, but I like Heismay. Now I got to get rid of Heismay. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Completely the same situation with me in Persona. It's like, it's introducing characters later on. It's like, I don't care. These are my bros, you know. Yeah. I've been with these dudes since the beginning now.
Dude, can I just say the music is so epic, dude.
Yeah,
so
the music's good in Persona too, but I think one of the points of this system is that it gives you good reasons to replay it. Because like if you go through the game with certain characters and you build up their bonds and social links and experience their sort of the deeper aspects of their stories. On subsequent playthroughs, you can, change it up. Try max out social links with other people, and try doing a different party and stuff like that. But I'm just like 75 hours into Persona 5. I'm just like, there's no way I'll ever play this again the second time. If I'm ever gonna get through it, it's gonna be a one-time only deal. But a lot of people tell me like Persona 4 is better. Even more people tell me Persona 3 is better. Some people tell me Metaphor would be more a game that would resonate with me. And some people tell me SMT is something that I'd like more, as a Final Fantasy person. Yeah, I don't know. It's the setting of Persona doesn't jive with me that well, which is why I found it hard to play through it. Which is why, like, eventually when I was chilling over Christmas, I was playing Persona, and I was just like, I just feel like playing Final Fantasy, or I felt like playing something turn-based, but not Persona. So I ended up playing Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster, and now I'm just like addicted to it. I'm just going through all of them. So yeah, it's really handy. They're on cloud, or on Play Anywhere. I can play them on any device I want. Whereas like Persona 5 is not on cloud, which is really annoying.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how the rest of it goes. But I'm expecting some sort of story twist or something to kind of kick it into high gear. But I'm enjoying what I'm playing right now. But it definitely is kind of giving me like those earlier Final Fantasy vibes, because I haven't really played a lot of turn-based RPGs, and I know how that sounds, like, oh, Boss Baby, get a lot of Boss Baby vibes. But yeah, I'm liking it quite a bit. So. Let's take a look at some of the super chats here, Jez, shall we? We got our buddy Special Nick with an Australian 2 didgeridoos. He says, "Hey lovers, Xbox 2 plus 1 soon, right?" Well, now that you said it, that's gonna be our next guest. We're gonna have Special Nick on hopefully Tuesday, because now he's on vacation. So. We figured, because he's like, I forget how many hours ahead of us he is, 18 hours ahead, whatever Australia's ahead of, at least of me.
That's a lot of hours.
And when we record Xbox 2 plus 1, it's like 4 o'clock in the morning for him. So it's pretty difficult to get him to come on. But he's on vacation soon, and Nick wants to do every podcast in the world while he's on vacation. So I figured, hey, let's bring him on Xbox 2 plus 1. And talk about some stuff.
Good show.
So we'll have Nick on next week. So look forward to that. I want to thank Network Era number 455 for becoming the newest member of the channel. Thank you. Enjoy the emotes and everything. We got Andre with the $5. He says, "Is this the year Rand will finally play BAFTA's Game of the Year and Sci-Fi Masterpiece Outer Wilds? One can only hope." I actually downloaded the game. It's sitting on my dashboard right now. So usually when I do that, it does mean I will play it at some point. So it's fully downloaded, it's ready to go. I'm just kind of knee deep in Metaphor, and you know how I don't play games. I play one game at a time. I'm gonna play Metaphor until I'm done with Metaphor. I'm not gonna play anything in between, because that's how you end up like Jez Corden, where you don't finish a lot of stuff because you're constantly jumping in between things. So I am
I've
focused.
kind of like I've forgiven myself completing some games. Like some games I've just put down and I've decided I'm never going to finish them. Dragon Age Vanguard.
Yeah,
I'm done with it, mate. I'm done with it, bro.
You know, I mean, bro, it's your life. Play how you want.
Yeah, I know. But I'm just saying, like, in my head, I always feel like I have to leave these installed because I'm going to finish them eventually someday. But Veilguard broke me, bro. It broke me out of that mindset because I was like, this game is so shit. I'm not going to carry on with it. I'm going to give up and move on with my life. And because of that, I looked at a bunch of other games that I just admitted to myself, I'm not really enjoying these.
What were some other ones that you
Gonna move
deleted
on.
recently then?
I can't remember off the top of my head exactly.
Hmm.
Hellblade 2 is one of them.
I mean,
I uninstalled that.
the thing
I was
is,
planning on finishing it, but
no, you weren't. I knew you were never gonna finish that game.
well, I left it installed because I was like, I need to finish this.
Yeah,
like,
but the thing is, even
science.
with that game, you don't even have to spend. You could beat that in an afternoon. Well, maybe in a day, 7 hours.
7 hours.
I mean,
Yeah,
Dragon Age is like 60 to 80 hours. So, you know, I could understand not wanting to spend that much time with the game because you don't like it. Because if you don't like something, don't play it. Move on to
yeah.
something else.
I
It happens
uninstalled
from time to time with
Kinotsugami.
me. Like, I started Star Wars Outlaws, and I'm like, yeah, no. Now, I am interested in seeing the changes they've done with Star Wars Outlaws. So I might load up Star Wars Outlaws again at some point this year. I do have it still installed. But Saints Row, the reboot. I really like Saints Row 1, 2, 3, and 4. Like, I really like that franchise. And I was like, all right, well, let's get the reboot. I lasted 5 hours in that game. And most of you know, or if you don't know, if I start something, I usually finish it. So the fact that I dropped both those games, it, you know, means something. It's like I would have beat it, but I know it's like you're right. I had Saints Row installed this whole time because I'm like, I'll go back to this at some point, and then at some point, just like you, I just realized, nah, I'm not gonna play Saints Row again because I always think like, well, there's going to be a time frame where maybe there's nothing I want to play in a month and I'll go back to something. Like last year, I played Cyberpunk, and thank God I did because it's game of the generation. I loved it so much. I still think about it now. Like there are times where I'll be playing something and I'm like, oh man, remember last year at Cyberpunk? Oh, remember some of those cool missions? Remember some of those moments that game had? Right? It's like, oh, thank God I did this. And part of the reason why I'm playing Metaphor right now was because there wasn't really anything I was super interested in until February. So I was like, I got a month. And I want to see all the hubbub about Metaphor and to see if I would enjoy their games. Because who knows, if I do really enjoy Metaphor, maybe I try out Persona 5 Royale at some point, right? But yeah, I had to delete Saints Row. I finally was just like, yeah, I don't think I'm going to play this game. Have you guys ever done this, chat? Have you ever kept a game installed, just maybe you played it, or maybe you downloaded it and you thought you were going to play it, but you never started it, and it's just sitting there, taking up your precious hard drive space? And you look at it when you turn on your Xbox or PC, right? Because it could take up your space on your PC hard drive. And it's just kind of sitting there and it's mocking you like, you ain't ever going to play me. And you still, every single day, instead of deleting it, you just move on and play something else. Is there a game for you where it's like that? I do have one. There is another one I have installed. And I always say to myself, I'm going to play this again because I haven't played it since 2013, and that's Grand Theft Auto 5. The next gen version, or the Xbox Series version, the one that has the game running at 60 frames. I was like, you know what? I could run through another playthrough of GTA 5. I haven't played it since 2013. It's been 10 years, 11 years, 12 years. I could go through the campaign, and it's still sitting in there on my hard drive, taking up 100 gigabytes of space. Because part of me doesn't want to delete it and then feel like I want to play it and then have to download 100 gigabytes. So it's still sitting there. It's like, am I ever gonna... obviously, if I don't play it before GTA 6 comes out, then obviously I'll delete it. But it's like, maybe I want to do this.
Yeah.
So we got Aaron Banks with the 5. Congrats on the 100,000 subscribers. Well, now that Destin is running solo, would love an Xbox 2 plus one with him. Also, what did you guys think of Raw on Netflix? I think you reached out to Destin, right? About coming on Xbox 2 plus 1 sometime?
Yeah, I've spoke to Destin. We'll try and make it happen. We'll see if we can make it happen.
Yeah.
I'd love to get Destin, talk about his new venture. Obviously, Destin's left IGN to go strike out on his own, make a new Patreon podcast, and he does his live streams about gaming news and the gaming industry. You should definitely go and check out his channel.
Does he do that every day now?
I don't know if it's every day, but
Okay.
certainly does it a lot.
All right. So...
I never did get to try one of his cookies.
No, I never did either. But Raw on Netflix, did you end up watching the Raw Netflix episode?
I did watch it, Rand.
Yeah.
Did watch it. I thought it was absolutely fantastic.
I did watch it because it's the first episode of Raw I've watched in full. Like, I actually sat down and watched it probably in over 10 years. Because I was like, all right, well, it's on Netflix. I have Netflix. They're talking about how this was going to be a huge night. Rock was going to be there, which is my guy. CM Punk was going to fight Seth Rollins. I love CM Punk. So I was like, all right, let me watch the show. And brother, was I disappointed. What a disappointing episode. Holy shit. I couldn't believe how bad it was.
Are you serious?
I'm dead serious.
You didn't like it?
No. Not one bit.
Fair enough.
I mean, I liked the CM Punk stuff. I liked his match. I thought Rock was being way too corporate. So I didn't, and I understand why. It's like, okay, you're all these new viewers or whatever, but God, commercials just ruin the pacing of these shows. Commercials after the entrance, commercials during the matches. It's like, oh my God, it just makes me...
Okay, well, we don't get those.
Yes, you don't get commercials internationally, I know. But we do. So I was watching it, and there's so many commercials. I'm just like, this is awful. I don't know how... Maybe it's like because I pay for all the non-ad stuff. Like, I've had YouTube Premium since 2016, so I don't even know what ads look like on this platform. Right? Or, like, usually Netflix, I pay, I think I'm on the highest tier for the 4K stuff that doesn't come with any ads.
You still get the ads?
No, yeah, you still get the ads for live events, but you don't get ads on any of the TV shows or movies you watch. So normally, here's the thing. I don't watch a lot of TV, so I really haven't seen any ads in years. So I'm watching this thing, and it's just ads constantly, and I'm like, I can't stand it. I can't watch this. It's bad. So, like, not to mention, like, all the matches. They didn't set up any stories. It's just, Roman beat Solo. Who couldn't see that coming? And then they didn't even have, like, a special... Rock didn't even turn on him to make it at least somewhat interesting. They just played it straight. Rhea beat Liv. Played it straight. Like... Hulk Hogan comes out and gets literally booed out of the building, which was hilarious. John Cena comes out and is like, I'm going to be in the Royal Rumble. Oh, great. Like Drew McIntyre and Jay.
No, I enjoyed it. I remember thinking that was really good.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's because I've been watching it so much lately, so I feel a bit more invested in it, maybe. But I enjoyed it, Yeah, I really enjoyed CM Punk. CM Punk Seth Rollins was the match of the night, I would have said.
3 hour show, 4 matches. It's like, oh my Lord.
Yeah. I don't know.
Anyways, we got Matt Loose with the $9.99, but no message. Thank you, Matt, for supporting podcast. Silas with the $4.99. Jez, asking for a friend. How do you convince your significant other to let you play video games in bed?
I don't know. I didn't have to. She just doesn't mind. She goes on TikTok.
I think you need
go
to.
on
Well, TikTok.
Xbox.
TikTok might not exist here soon in the United States.
Yeah.
But
Lucky you.
It might. It still exists for you guys over there, though.
It's usually when like we're just sort of winding down and she's scrolling away and I'm gaming away. And then and every now and then she'll like show me a cat video or something like that.
It's time.
I never have to ask, can I play games now?
I think it's time for you to put a ring on
I'm
that
very
finger,
lucky.
bro.
Yeah, me too.
She lets you game in bed. You gotta put a ring on it. Joe with the 2 says, "How's the Persona 5 playthrough going?" Yeah, about that, Jez.
Not good.
Yeah, not good.
Not good.
Will it ever finish? Maybe not. I could see you. If I ever started Persona 5, I think I could scare you back into finishing it. If I legitimately started Persona 5 and I told you I was 30 hours in and enjoying it, it might scare you to actually go back and finish the game then.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I'll finish it eventually. I will. It's just I'm just struggling with it. And I guess it's the setting or something. I just find it to be a grind, and I also hate reading. I don't like reading.
There's a lot of reading.
Dude.
Yeah.
There's a lot of reading.
I wish all that stuff was voiced, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
That'd be a lot. Probably have to pay a lot for the voice acting then. We got Sean with the $4.99. My prediction: the mysterious 4th Dev Direct game will be announced during the Switch 2 reveal. There will still be a surprise 5th game as well. Interesting. So you think the 4th game that they talked about, that Aaron Greenberg says an unannounced game, where they would go to a secret location, you think that'll be revealed during the Switch reveal? I don't know about that. Interesting thought, though. Thinking outside the box, but I don't think so. I don't know how that would work, but interesting thought. Parafi, we got $5. How do you guys feel about the idea of Ninja Theory working a Batman game with Hellblade 2 graphics? They need to work on something that will make them money. I mean, I'd be all for it. Trying to remember, like they did DMC, which was fantastic. I don't know how many of the people
Never played that.
You never played
didn't
it?
people dislike it because the character was
people
kind
disliked it because of how they treated Dante and kind of
right.
I think people loved the gameplay. They didn't like the characterization of Dante and everything.
Yeah.
I just sort of wonder how many people that were a part of Devil May Cry still work at Ninja Theory, because the founder of the studio is gone, and
bailed.
I want to say
took the bag.
I want to say the game director was the same game director on. Oh, now I'm blanking on the game they released in 2020, the MOBA game, Bleeding Edge.
Enshrouded.
Bleeding Edge.
Oh.
But
Who made Enshrouded? Was that Ninja Theory?
No, that was Enshrouded. No, that's not Ninja Theory.
What am I thinking of? Didn't they do another game?
They did. Odyssey to the West. I think it was. Is it called Odyssey to the West? It's with Andy Serkis. That game was really good. I always wish for that.
Who the fuck made Enshrouded then?
Enshrouded's a PC game that just came out recently.
Oh, it's that Souls-like survival game, right? How did
Could be.
Mix that up? I don't know. Enslaved.
That's
why.
Odyssey
Called
to the West.
Enslaved.
Enslaved.
I'm
Odyssey
thinking
to the West.
Enshrouded. Yeah, I'm thinking Enshrouded. It was Enslaved. Okay.
Yeah, they could do Batman, but the thing with that is, I just don't see Warner Brothers giving them Batman, considering Rocksteady's probably gonna work on a Batman game. So that just doesn't seem realistic. But I do agree with you. They probably need to do something that's going to make them money. Because even though I think you reported Hellblade 2 is going to be heading to the PlayStation sometime this year, I don't really think people are going to buy it. I don't really think there's a lot of interest in Hellblade 2 to begin with.
No.
So
Probably just, you know, it's a cheap and easy port to do. Unreal Engine, x86. They've already got the, you know, the setup to do it. You know, if it's true, we'll see what happens. Plans change all the time at Xbox these days, but yeah, pretty confident in that one.
yeah, Danny Mitchell with the tent says we need these. Ninja Theory should make a DMC inspired game, and the Coalition should make StarCraft Ghost. Treyarch should make Call of Duty ODST. Making you guys put it in the universe with me. I mean, I'd be okay with all that.
Sounds good to me. I think StarCraft is like the most underused franchise that Microsoft has right now that they could capitalize on. The current rumor around StarCraft is that they've spun up a new team at Blizzard, led by, was it the game director of Far Cry, to make a StarCraft shooter.
Yeah, it was the people that were left over who survived the
Odyssey
closing of Odyssey, the shutdown of Odyssey. Dan Fay, I think, was his name. But yeah.
Yeah. I like that idea. I'd love to see more StarCraft.
Number one, will it see the light of day? I mean, even if you take, let's say it does see the light of day, AAA game development these days is 5 to 6 years. So even if it does, I mean, you're looking at 2031 at the earliest, 2030 maybe. Plus, Blizzard is
game industry's cooked, man.
Blizzard is known to work on their games for a long time, so maybe they work on it for a couple years and it's just like, yeah, this ain't working. Matt Luce with the 999 says, thank you, Rand, for all the book recommendations in the DMs. Just watched my wife finish Indie, and I'm currently replaying Doom Eternal. We also just welcomed our firstborn, Logan Walker. Well, congratulations on becoming a parent. And yeah, it's awesome. People always ask for book DMs, and I'm kind of always like book recommendations. And sometimes I'm just nervous because I don't like. It's like, oh, what if they don't like it? You know, like what if I recommend it, and then they get mad at you because it's like, oh, I spent my money on this, and I spent my time on this, and then you know. But anybody that's really asked me about book recommendations, and I always have the same ones I recommend people because it's like I don't want to recommend someone a 7-book series. Because I know how daunting that can be to be like 7 books. But, you know, like one standalone book, yeah, easy. But not everybody has the same taste as everybody else. Like right now, Jez, remember I talked about one of the things I was looking forward to the most was Brandon Sanderson's Wind and Truth. Stormlight Archive Book 5. Man,
I'm sure you did say that, but I just zoned out when you talk about that, bro.
There are a lot of people that don't like that book. A lot of fans don't like that book. A lot of people said Brandon Sanderson went woke, right? So there's this like fan expectations about what they wanted and how they wanted this first arc to end. It didn't end how they wanted, so they're upset. And then other people are just like, oh, this book was just boring. Other people are like, Sanderson went woke, so this book is crap. And then you have the people that are like, I really liked it, but it has its flaws. And other people are like, this is the most amazing thing ever. And it's like a big thing. It's like, oh my God, Sanderson's so overrated. Like he's reached that point where he's so popular that like people just hate on him now because he's like too popular. And you know what I mean? Like it's funny reading all the reactions because I liked it, even though it has a ton of problems. So like people, you know, will be like, I can't believe you liked that book. And it's like, it was enjoyable. I don't care. I'm not commenting on your top 10. I don't care what you like. What does it matter what I like? Andrew 13 with the 199. If you like wrestling, in your wrestling, AEW on Max. Yeah.
Not a big. I've tried to watch AEW, man. I just can't get into it. I've tried, man. I've tried.
Yeah.
There's only so much Ricochet acrobatics I can take, or like Chris Jericho and Edge.
Dude, he's
totally dispassionate promo.
His name is Rated R Superstar Cope now, bro.
Yeah, Cope.
His name is Cope.
Oh man. I saw a clip of Edge doing a promo recently, and the crowd was just dead.
Yeah.
They were dead, man. I was like, God damn, poor Edge. But I don't know.
I mean, he's
I
getting
mean,
paid a ton of money to be there, so.
yeah, I mean, yeah, get that bag, bro. Get that bag. Like Aaron Banks in chat says, if you like no selling moves, yeah, that's one thing that bugs me about AEW. Is like that all the wrestlers feels like all the wrestlers are trying to put themselves over instead of like actually put on a good show. And it's like someone will do like a crazy counter, and then the next second it's like it's forgotten that they were actually they just were on the receiving end of a crazy move or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Someone needs to send those guys to NXT to learn how to wrestle, baby.
Just James93, member for 14 months, says, Jez, did you finish Persona 5? Love the podcast, guys. It's nice listening to you live. Own Cloud Games is so good for Final Fantasy 14 with the Kishi controller V2.
Oh shit, I need to try that actually. Yeah, so like I played all the because Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster is not in Game Pass. It's you have to buy it to play it in the cloud, and it's the first buy to own cloud game that I've played. It works really well. I didn't realize Final Fantasy 14 was there as well. That's awesome. Might have to give it a go. But I have not finished Persona 5. We'll get there eventually. We will.
What else we got? We have Rave Damos with the 5. As a reminder, Jez, when you beat Persona 5, I'm going to buy the game for a giveaway in the Discord. Positive Friday vibes.
Oh wow, that's an incentive.
Yeah, that's an incentive for you to go and beat it. Get a free copy. And
Yeah, maybe I should do that.
Cody
I
Bishop
just
with the
noticed that
199.
Romancing Saga is on the Microsoft Store. But
How
is
do
that
you?
not on Xbox? Sorry.
I don't know. I don't know. You'd have to look. But how do you guys feel about the Outer Worlds? Well, I mean, I don't really have. I haven't played the Outer Worlds yet. I'm planning on playing it this year in preparation for Outer
have.
Worlds 2. But you have.
Yeah, I got mixed feelings about the Outer Worlds. Like I enjoy it and liked it overall, and I've completed it. I think I reviewed it actually back in the day.
Like
And I did
2019.
enjoy it. Yeah, I can't. Yeah, some time is an abstract concept to me these days. But like, I remember I really did enjoy it, right? But I went back and tried to do another playthrough to like try different, paths and make different decisions through the story, and also try out different types of combat. But I realized that my enjoyment of the game was sort of, I suppose, elevated by the fact that I played as a sniper. I felt like every other weapon in that game was poorly made. Like the heavy weapons felt bad, the pistols felt bad, everything else felt bad compared to sniper rifles. So like one of my reservations about Elder Worlds 2 is like, are they gonna make the combat a little bit better? Like make it feel a bit more meaty, chunky, weighty, I suppose. But also I think like some of the other aspects of the game story and its delivery, like sometimes I think too many of your decisions don't really have enough of a real consequence. But I sort of forgave them for it because it was their first game in a new franchise, of that type that they've made in a while. So I don't know. I've got high hopes that the sequel sort of builds on its predecessor, but I'm very much a sort of wait and see question mark over the Outer Worlds.
During this week, I also finished the secret level stuff, the shorts.
Oh, the TV show.
Yeah, because there was that whole Halo and Doom thing. Was like people were like, "Oh my god, how could the Microsoft not do this?" And like whatever the reasons were, maybe they were gun shy because they let Halo do the thing on Paramount, and you got to see Master Chief's cheeks, and he had sex with the Covenant prisoner or whatever, and it just wasn't a good TV show. And who knows whatever reasons they have. I wouldn't be surprised if they had pitched like a Doom episode. If it would have been, do a Doom episode, right? Where it probably would have been badass. I mean, yeah, the whole crossover, they probably nixed it because of the idea of like, we don't want to cross over Master Chief and Doom in this way. Or we're not ready to cross it over yet, so we don't want you to have it, or whatever their reasons, right? I still think like it would have been cool to see And I wonder if they had pitched like a Doom episode, if it would have been approved. And I wonder if they're just a little gun shy on anything Halo related at the time, considering how the TV show was received, right? But holy, bro, Jez, it's like half the episodes were really good and half the episodes were just shit. Like it is like the Sifu episode was really good. The best episode was the Warhammer episode. If you need to watch that one, the Warhammer 40K episode. That was
I've heard that.
Fantastic.
I've heard that it was really good.
The Armored Core 6 one, I think that's another one you got to watch with Keanu Reeves. That one was great. The Dungeons and Dragons one was really was well done as well.
That was the Concord one.
Concord one was awful. And it was like, what's the point? I was watching, I'm like, why am I even watching this? The game doesn't even exist. They're never going to do anything with it. It was just bad. Unreal Tournament one was really good. So that's another one you should probably check out. But then there were these other ones.
Dude, the Unreal Tournament one's just going to make me sad.
I know, but it was...
Because I don't have a game.
But it's so... Even the Pac-Man one. The Pac-Man one was probably the most interesting because... it at least did something different, right? It like took like a different spin on the whole Pac-Man thing, and it's like, well, how do you make a 15-minute short about Pac-Man considering what type of game it is? But they were able to, and they actually made it really dark. But then like all the other episodes were like Spelunky was bad, the Outer Worlds episode was really bad, the PlayStation episode was awful. It's like I've kind of like purged my memory of it, but it was like half really good and like half awful. And they're gonna do a season 2 because I guess it did really well anyways. So maybe you can do a Doom episode, because I think that the ones that did well are the ones that were kind of like high on action, which I mean, there's only really so much you can do in 15 minutes anyways. How cool would it be? Like, yeah, here's Doomslayer fucking up some demons for 15 minutes. Be badass, right?
Yeah. I don't know what drives some of those choices Microsoft makes.
I'm telling you, I'm sure it has to do with the crossover. They just don't want to do any of that stuff. Like officially.
I mean, they're crossing Halo over to PlayStation.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's a different type of crossover. You know?
I don't think they care much about... But, like, I saw the arguments, like, you're going to do Master Chief with... you're going to do the whole Master Cheeks thing, and then this is what you're clutching your pearls about? Come the fuck on.
Well,
man.
It could be, like...
Come the fuck on, man!
They're gun shy because of what happened with Master Cheeks. That there's like...
calling them out. Calling them out.
Noob Sabat with the 5 says, why the hell did Halo Industries switch to Unreal Engine 5 when id Tech was right there? I always enjoy listening to Pod on my day off. Well, thank you.
I think the reason they go with Unreal over id Tech is because contractors know Unreal.
Yeah, that's pretty much
They don't
it.
know... Yeah, they don't know id Tech. So, like, if you're showing them well, it's not proprietary engine. I mean, it kind of is, right? You're showing them an engine that sort of, like, not many people are accustomed to. You have to train them on it, train them on the tools on it, and all that kind of shit, right? The only people who really use id Tech well is id, at the end of the day. And everyone else doesn't know how to use it.
I mean,
especially
Machine Games is pretty good with id Tech.
Well, them too. But they're pretty close to... They're pretty close to id,
but
you know.
It's yeah, like, you can hire... Unreal Engine's a standard, so if you need to hire people, they know it. But also, all of, like, the first-party studios basically working on Unreal. So you can easily get people to come in and help. Or share technology, share discoveries and stuff like that. So,
Yep.
I mean, one of the big things with Halo Infinite, which we've talked about extensively when we were going through those problems, was that you have the whole contractor situation because of Microsoft and where they're at. So you could have these contractors, but you can only have the contractors for like 18 months or whatever it was. So you get these people in, but learning and understanding the slipspace engine was such an ordeal that it really took them a long time to bring up these new hires to understand slipspace. And by the time they understood it and they were actually working at full capacity, they had to leave because of the contractor stuff. Yep. So it's like, well, what do we do now? Because they're not going to get rid of the contractor stuff because I think that's like a whole Microsoft corporate thing. So
Yeah, I mean the whole industry uses contractors, but also like the issue with the time limit. It was suggested at some point by someone somewhere that it was to do to some court case they lost
could
or
be.
something. If they keep a contractor for too long, they have to treat them like an employee or something.
Yeah, something like that. I think sounds.
So
Right.
they were like, okay, well, we can get around this ruling by firing them before we have to employ them or some bullshit. I don't fucking know. But obviously, if you are in that situation for whatever reason, whether it's a dumb corporate policy or whether it's a judicial ruling that you're following along with, most freelancers, contractors know Unreal Engine. So, I mean, for me personally, I would have thought it would be the smarter thing to do for shareholders to develop your own engine and sell it. You know, compete with Unreal Engine. You know, Unreal Engine has sort of become the de facto development kit for 3D graphics for the most part. You know, for a lot of certain types of games, right? Whereas like a lot of other developers use Unity if they're making like indie games and stuff like that. But it's like a lot of people keep saying, bring up id Tech, develop id Tech into something you can not only use for your own studios but sell. You know.
Yeah.
Maybe id Tech's only good for a certain type of game, you know. Maybe it just doesn't work that well when you try and apply it to other genres or something. I don't know, but it is what it is, man.
Well, even Chris with the 5 says, if Halo Studios has historically had trouble developing games for Xbox and PC, how are they suddenly going to have the manpower for PS5 and Switch too? Because somebody else is going to be porting those games to PS5 and Switch 2. It ain't going to be 343 or Halo Studios as they're known now. Usually when all these sort of stuff happens, it's a different studio that does the ports.
Yeah, and those porting studios, they want Unreal
Engine, and that's what they're good at, and that's kind of what they specialize in. Like, I remember, I forget what the name of the studio was that ported Sea of Thieves to PlayStation. It was like, I remember when the announcement happened, they're like, "Yeah, we did this. We're happy." So it's like those studios aren't gonna be doing those ports. Like they'll just hire an external studio to do it. You know. So that's at least like Halo Master Chief Collection. I would doubt that 343 or Halo Studios is any, like they'll have oversight of it, but like they probably don't really have anybody working on that at the studio. I mean, they probably do have some dev kits, but it's not like we need everybody on it or whatever. You know, it's gonna be like, hey, we got a team of 5 doing this stuff, what have you. But yeah, Unreal Engine 5. How many studios at Xbox do on Unreal Engine 5 stuff? Coalition, now Halo Studios,
Ninja Theory, Undead
Labs, Undead Labs. Clockwork Revolution is in exile on UE5.
Halo Studios is rumored to be on Unreal Engine now.
What studios?
Halo Studio.
Bro, they literally announced they were. What do you mean rumored?
Okay, whatever. Sea of Thieves is Unreal Engine, isn't it?
I believe it is.
Is Psychonauts Unreal Engine?
I don't know. I don't know what Double Fine uses. I don't remember. Maybe someone in chat could tell us.
The new studio making the Blinks reboot is Unreal Engine.
You wish.
The new Banjo is Unreal Engine. Banjo 3 is Unreal Engine. They're all fucking Unreal Engine, bro.
Yeah, pretty much.
Compulsion is Unreal. Paris says in chat.
Paris. The one and only.
You made Paris a mod?
Yes, I know it was the real Paris.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah. Because
we shouldn't just make all the regulars into mods. I'm going to make Fuzzy Tomato into a mod.
If you're confident that Fuzzy Tomato's not going to ban anybody out of pocket.
Dark Fox can be a mod.
Are you just going to mod everybody? What, because you have the power? Just because you're executive editor over at Windows Central doesn't mean you're executive editor here, sir.
I can't actually make people mods. Only you can make
Only
people
I
mods.
Can make people mods because you have people like you who would make everybody a mod.
I'd make everyone a fucking mod. You can all you guys can be mods. Sad Stormtrooper can be a mod. Matt can be a mod. Mesa Tech can be a mod. Like Matt says, Obsidian is on Unreal Engine for all their games too. Yeah, Zach Riley can be a mod. Captain Crunch can be a mod. In Exile, I expect is on Unreal Engine. Rand, about Unreal Engine, while we're on the topic, do you feel like all Unreal Engine games kind of feel
Same.
similar? Like you can tell almost that it's Unreal Engine. I don't know what it is. I can't put it into words. But am I going crazy, bro? Am I just is it a placebo effect? Final Fantasy 7 Remake is Unreal Engine, isn't it?
I don't know.
Yeah, it is. Unreal Engine 4. Isn't Elden Ring Unreal Engine as well? I think it is. Unreal Engine 4.
Is it?
I think so. Unreal Engine. But mind you, Elden Ring does not feel like an Elden Ring game. I mean, an Unreal Engine
I don't
game.
think Elden Ring's UE5, but
I'm sure I read that it was Unreal Engine. Is Elden Ring on Unreal Engine?
I guess you could say there's you lose a little bit of.
Oh, it's not based on Unreal Engine.
You lose a little bit.
Oh, okay, sorry. Elden Ring uses Unreal Engine 4 for the lighting only.
For the lighting. Okay, there you go.
Yeah. For the lighting only. That's why it doesn't feel like Unreal Engine.
I guess you could say maybe like there would be problems potentially if everybody's using the same engine, if everything kind of looks the same or feels the same. That would be a problem because there was a time where like each studio kind of had their own proprietary engine, and you'd at least get like different looking games, different feeling games. But I think the worry was like if everybody adopts Unreal Engine 5, is everything just going to look and feel the same? And maybe that's a concern for the future. But clearly at this point, you know, like running your own proprietary engine, I mean, we saw it probably wasn't for the best for Halo and Halo Infinite's development. You know, if they were, well, then again, if they were on Unreal from the start, it still probably would have been delayed because Unreal Engine 5 stuff kind of didn't really start until a couple years ago. I don't know. It's just part of the industry where they'd probably like, since it's so supported, they'd rather just use it. And so all their studios can kind of share technology because they do a lot of those like sharing technology summits, right? Jez, like at Xbox, they kind of get together, they talk about tech stuff and advancements, and it probably helps more if everybody's like literally on the same engine, so they can each like improve each other and those sort of things. So maybe it's
and they've got like they've got proprietary tools they use internally as well, you know, which obviously you want. If you've developed proprietary tools, having them work across everything, you know, your entire dev stack is like the ideal scenario. I wouldn't be surprised if like every studio eventually ends up on id Tech. Just because, I mean, Unreal. For full disclosure, I'm pretty tired right now, so I may stumble over my words occasionally.
Yeah, because you didn't take a nap. But I'm
busy. Some of us have to work for a living, bro.
Well, I mean, you always say you take a nap before the show. You know? So what else? Let's get into some of the smaller stuff before we get into the big stuff. Xbox Cloud Gaming's coming to LG TVs.
Yes.
Which is, I just wonder, are they talking about the newer TVs, or is my CX gonna get the Xbox Cloud Gaming thing? We'll see. I'm not sure they specified just yet.
I did say a while ago that I think on the show that LG was the next one. Cloud.
Yeah. I don't know. Like Samsung must have had exclusivity on it or something for a while.
Yeah.
And yes, Fable's not using Unreal Engine. Fable is using the Forza tech. And I remember there being a lot of internal discussion about what engine they should use. I heard there was a lot of political infighting about that. About whether to use Unreal Engine 5 for Fable or they should use Forza tech. I heard there was a whole thing about that. And eventually, at the end of the day, they decided to use Forza tech. Man, someone just told me it's time to buy a new TV. I mean, yeah, probably. But I mean, it still works, still great, still the picture's still amazing. But I get it. It is older now, right? They are coming out with the the C4 models or the C5 models, whatever it is. So yeah, it's probably time to buy a new TV. 100% right. What else? Transformers Reactivate was canceled because Splash Damage had some layoffs, and then mysteriously, footage of the game leaked online, which looked pretty cool. So the industry is still going through some layoffs. Assassin's Creed was delayed. Shocker. I didn't see this happening. So
I didn't either. Like so close to launch.
Yeah, because they're about to do. I think they're about to do. At least Tom Henderson reported that there's about to be previews for the game, for influencers and media. And
those pesky media people.
You can always trust Tom Henderson to, give out that information, right? But I was shocked because how many times have we discussed on this podcast, and plenty of people in chat, because I see it all the time, about Avowed and what to do with Avowed, and they need to delay Avowed into March, or they need to move Avowed up to January to avoid the deluge of games that are coming. One of them being Assassin's Creed Shadows, which was releasing right on top of Avowed. And what happened in the meantime? Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, which sounds like it's going to be really good, moved up a week. It's now coming out February 4th. Civilization 7 comes out February 5th. And then you have Avowed coming out on the 18th, but early access is the 14th. And then I think the 20th is Pirate Yakuza, which is another franchise I want to start this year. I'm kind of...
Oh, man. Have you seen the videos of Pirate Yakuza?
I've seen the videos of Pirate Yakuza.
Laser beam pirate ships. That game looks fucking crazy, man.
That was the game I was debating within myself of, like, do I play Metaphor or do I play Like a Dragon? And kind of get into the Yakuza franchise. And I had a few people tell me, no, you should play Like a Dragon. And I'm like, I don't know. I want to play Metaphor. But Yakuza is a franchise I do kind of want to get into. And then the 28th is the end of the month is Monster Hunter Wilds, Jez's game of the year. Like, Jez needs to even play any other game to nominate that one, right? So it was like, all right, man, like Avowed is kind of suffocated. There's a lot of games there, and then suddenly Assassin's Creed moves to March. And now, like, kind of Avowed has that window where, Kingdom Come Deliverance moved ahead, and then, like, Monster Hunter's really not until the end of the month, so it's like, it sort of worked out, but then what does this say about Assassin's Creed that they need to delay it again? And all the stuff about, them basically, selling? Like, there was this whole... what was the thing here about Ubisoft has announced has appointed a group of leading advisors to assist with exploring company options moving forward. Quote, following the strategic and execution reviews initiated by the executive committee a few months ago, Ubisoft is taking decisive steps to reshape the group in order to deliver best-in-class player experiences, enhance operational efficiency, and maximize value creation. And that the group of advisors will review and pursue various transformational, strategic, and capitalistic options to extract the best value for shareholders.
Can you imagine a more corporate-sounding fucking sentence than what you just read?
I mean, no. That's about as corporate as it gets.
It's like you went into ChatGPT and said, write me the most corporate, bullshit-sounding sentence you can possibly imagine. And then it spits out literally what Ubisoft just wrote. I mean, a little while ago, Rand, I heard that Ubisoft had brought back, under an advisory role, their CFO from yesteryear, who retired a few years ago, and I can't remember her name off the top of my head, but she was kind of notorious for cost cutting and keeping costs down and all that kind of stuff. And then she left, and then, or she retired, and she'd been with the company since forever. And I can't remember her name because this was a while ago. But she retired, and since she retired, that's when Ubisoft started having all these issues. So there's kind of like a sort of, I don't know, a sort of perception within the company that she's gonna just go and start cutting everything, like a fire sale kind of deal.
Well, yeah, because it was reported that Tencent was looking to buy everything, but the Guillermo family still wanted control, which is like, if I'm Tencent, I'm like, what? Like, we're buying this thing. You don't get to retain control.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
But I guess now the report is that they don't want to buy it anymore. And I mean, I'm not saying anything's really do or die, because you know how it is with Xbox. Like every single week, 1 week Xbox is dead, and the next week Xbox is back, and then the next week Xbox is dead. Sometimes it seems like every single day is like, yay, Xbox Direct, Xbox is back, baby. And the next day is like, Halo on PlayStation, Xbox is dead. And there'll be something the next day where it's like, Xbox is back, and then the next day Xbox is dead. Ubisoft just kind of just dead, right? It's like nobody's talking about like Ubisoft is back, but I sort of feel like it is really going to be significant how Assassin's Creed performs. Because if that game doesn't do well, whew, I mean, I don't know how much more their share price can tumble, but I mean, Tom Henderson reported that they're planning on releasing 10 Assassin's Creed games in the next 5 years. But if
they even exist in 5 years.
Yeah, it's like, but if your game that's supposed to carry you for years, coming off an Assassin's Creed Valhalla, that was their biggest Assassin's Creed of all time. Michael Square says Xbox is dead, but you keep refusing to say it. Yet you're here listening to an Xbox podcast. So I feel like you don't really have anything else better to do with your time or your life to sit here and talk about Xbox is dead. If they're dead and so irrelevant, then why are you fucking here? You know what? Let me help you out here. I think someone beat me to it. Like, I don't know. If something's dead or you don't care about it, then what the fuck are you listening to a podcast for? Like, I don't like Nintendo. You guys know I don't like Nintendo. I don't watch Nintendo-related podcasts. And I don't go around talking about how Nintendo, or I think their games are for kids. Because I let people enjoy the things that they like. There are plenty of people that like Pokemon. Even though I think Pokemon is garbage, I'll let those people enjoy their game. Good for them. They have something in their life that they really love. Yeah, you get people that come in here constantly that talk about this bullshit. And look, and the fact that like, oh, Rand and Jez never called Xbox. Hello, have you listened to the show? There are a lot of times that me and Jez speak behind the scenes. We're like, I think we were too negative. Or, like, man, we were really negative about Xbox. And it's like, yeah, because we call out the bullshit. How many times have I said, repeatedly on the show, that I don't understand their strategy? I don't understand the whole strategy with the third-party OEM stuff. I'm not I mean, I get why they make it handheld, but I don't think it'll really do anything. I think their strategy of releasing all their games multi-platform is a big mistake. What else do you want me to do? I've told people at Xbox this directly. Nothing I say is going to change anything. And the thing is, I'm not going to go around saying this to other people because it's a waste of fucking time. I'm not going to go sit around and hate on stuff because I got better things to do with my energy. Like, I don't think about this stuff. It's like, I just enjoy gaming, and I would rather enjoy gaming on my Xbox and play my shit. But then you come here to talk about the cool things that Xbox is doing. It's like, holy shit, they might actually have 10 games releasing this year, which is something absolutely ridiculous. Something that we've been like, hey, maybe they should have happened 2 years ago, but it's finally happening. Looks like it's going to be a great year. And you get these fucking assholes that come in here that think they know what you talk about because they clip certain parts, but they never listen to the whole fucking show. And it's just, it fucking drives me insane. It's like, never mind. Like, I've given my feedback. It's a fucking, like Paris says, we've given our feedback, But Microsoft is going to do what Microsoft is going to do. Me constantly repeating that every single second, every single minute, every single hour on this podcast or social media isn't going to do shit. And I got better things to do with my time than to fucking play up to these people. He's like, oh, you need to do this and you need to fucking shut the fuck up. Seriously, Jesus Christ.
It's fucking pointless. Like, at some point, you just have to move on, you know, and accept that this is the strategy, and they're not going to change course. Like Paris says in chat, you can give your feedback, but it's ultimately a business, and they're going to do what makes them the most money. I literally said to Matt Booty in LA, that this was not a good idea. You know, they've heard the feedback. They've seen the tweets. Boy, they've seen the tweets. They've received emails about it, you know, but they're not going to change course because they firmly believe they have no choice, and this is the way forward. So either you move on, sell your Xbox, and go to PlayStation and stop listening to Xbox shows, or
they can't,
you
because
just
they
be
can't
like,
listen to
shrug
any other
your
shows,
shoulders.
because every other show out there only talks about Xbox. That is a fucking fact. All the PlayStation shows, there's hardly any of them that literally only talk about PlayStation. All the other shows talk about how shitty Xbox is, but then at the same time, they're gonna fucking celebrate the fact they got Halo and Gears, which for the past 3 generations, all they've ever told me was that Halo and Gears and all Xbox games are shit. And now they're like, we got your shit. Well, like, are you really happy now that you got our shit games? It certainly seems like you're excited. Go listen to your PlayStation podcast that talk nothing but bullshit about Xbox forever. Because you can't talk about anything PlayStation doing, because PlayStation's not saying anything or doing anything right now. And it's not to say PlayStation doesn't put out great games, because I've consistently talked about it, and Astrobot was in my top whatever. And, like, it's ridiculous. It's just video games. Like, I'm here to talk about, like, hey, Xbox is doing some cool stuff. There's some games here that we're excited about. You know, blah, 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 blah. But there's these people that have this fucking complex. You know?
Dark Rand.
Enough of it.
Dun,
Jesus.
dun, dun.
What were we even talking about? I don't even know. What were we even
I don't
talking
know,
about?
but we just had Dark Rand. Baby.
Yeah.
I was going to play a sound effect, but I don't have any really that fits the bill here, so we go with this.
Yeah,
I was looking for a lightning bolt or something, but it's what you get.
I don't like that Xbox is going third party too, and it has nothing to do with more people playing games. I think more people playing games is great. I just think it's not going to be a good strategy for Xbox in the future. I don't think it's going to do what they think. I think it's a mistake. I've said this repeatedly on every show, but I don't need to say it every show because the regular listeners know what my opinion is on it. But it doesn't matter what I say because Microsoft's going to do what they want. It's their business after all. We're just consumers. So
the concern is always about, like, it's never about that. It's not about gatekeeping games. It's about how does this impact Xbox hardware ecosystem and our investments. That's what it's all about. You know, and all the commentary that it's fanboys gatekeeping games is just false. It's a false narrative. There are some people who are like that, where it's like they don't even want Xbox games going to PC, you know. But it's really about how does this damage the Xbox platform. And me and Rand both think it damages the Xbox platform, maybe irreparably so. But my Xbox either doesn't think it will or they don't care.
yeah,
And there's nothing we can do.
I think they say the data shows them currently right now that it doesn't matter.
Microsoft tells shareholders that they've got more console players than they've ever had. So, as far as Xbox at least claims with some metric that there are more users on the system than ever, and more playtime hours on Xbox than ever, and more people playing on Xbox than ever.
Yeah.
But, you know, that could just be clever accounting or whatever. But there's just nothing we can do about it. So you've either just got to move on, and then it is what it is.
Well, also, like, I have seen some people being like, you think it's a mistake, but this is $1 trillion Microsoft. I'll trust them and their decision. It's like, bro, like, I get it. Like, I don't, whatever. We do a rinky-dink podcast. We're not even on camera right now, which I hope to rectify this year, right? who am I to even whatever? It's just my opinion. Am I right about it? I don't fucking know. But the thing is, we've seen through history that just because a company is worth a lot of money and just because they employ a lot of smart people doesn't mean every single decision they make is the right one. We've seen Xbox step on rakes consistently, like from the Xbox One generation. We've seen PlayStation screw up. We've seen Nintendo screw up. We've seen Sega screw up. We've seen plenty of other corporations in the world make wrong choices and do wrong things for their business that basically, screwed them over. So the idea or the argument that Microsoft will make the right choice because they're a $1 trillion company and employ smart people doesn't hold any water, because we've seen companies make wrong decisions all the time.
And Microsoft itself has admitted about making wrong decisions. I mean, Satya even said last year that canceling Windows Phone was a mistake.
Yeah, and they're thinking out 5-10 years, and maybe, you know what, maybe this time they're going to be right. They were certainly right about the digital age. They just were trying to shepherd it in too quickly, and people revolted, and we saw how that happened. But maybe they're right. Maybe this is the future of the industry, and like in 5-10 years, we'll be like, hey, Xbox made the right choice. I'm glad they're around to see it and pull through, and now whatever. But
I just want to keep my games, man. I don't care who gets to play them. I care if what Xbox's strategy does destroys access to my games. That's what I care about personally. That's what I care about on behalf of anyone else who's buying into Xbox right now. And I think Xbox should work harder to build faith in their own platform, not just for customers, but developers as well. But the thing is, like, whatever is happening right now with Xbox, developers still seem to think they can make money on Xbox. Like, Death Stranding 1 came to Xbox, for example. There's all these rumors about Death Stranding 2 coming to Xbox. And, like, the fact that Kojima bought the franchise off PlayStation and then started porting Death Stranding to Xbox suggests to me that, there's money to be made, on Xbox, Genshin Impact came to Xbox. And yeah, a lot of these things were late. But it's clear, that there's still money to be made on Xbox. And Stanley in chat says, how are you losing access to your games, Jez? If Xbox stops making hardware, I will lose access to my games. Eventually my Xbox Series X will stop working.
Well, that's a good entry point or a good segue. And you might have talked... actually, I don't know if you talked about this, because I think this happened this week, but Xbox Prime... The rumors surrounding the next generation of Xbox was put out there by a Call of Duty leaker. Said that not only he didn't know if it was a name or if it was the code name. It was called Xbox Prime, and it's an open secret in the industry. And that Infinity Ward was currently working on a Call of Duty game with like the dev kits, or maybe he didn't say the dev kits, but essentially their next game was going to be a launch title for this Xbox Prime. It would be releasing in 2026, and a whole bunch of outlets, because that's what the industry does, right? They just regurgitate rumors that people post everywhere because clicks are clicks. Who cares where it comes from? And then he talked about the handheld. Now the handheld's real, but the handheld's actually going to release after the console. So what's up with Xbox Prime, Jez?
Well, there's no such thing as Xbox Prime.
Now, when you say that, because you're just saying it's not called Xbox Prime, but there is a next generation Xbox.
Of course there is. I mean, Microsoft themselves have said there is. Microsoft they've got a VP of next gen, which sure as hell sounds like Xbox hardware to me. They're making a new Xbox, sure, but the sort of Prime branding and all that kind of stuff is not what Xbox is using for it right now. I don't know what they're using for it right now, but it's not Prime.
They're gonna get sued by Logan Paul and KSI for using Prime.
Well, yeah, exactly. But there's also like the other part of this, which was like, are they gonna launch the handheld? Was it before or after the next console?
The handheld. His reporting was that it would come out after the handheld, and then he was worried about maybe, oh my god, are the Microsoft ninjas going to be at my door for leaking this information, etc., etc.
I mean, to be fair to him, did hit me up about this Prime thing a while ago and asked if I could corroborate it. And I said I'd look into it, and I completely forgot about it because again, I think it was over Christmas, or it was just when I traveled back from the UK to Germany, I think. So I did talk to him about it, and I completely forgot about it. Um, but like when he put that out there, someone at Xbox was very, very willing to debunk that very quickly. Once it was out there, but yeah, I mean the other stuff about the handheld launching before or after, I don't know about that. If I had to guess, what I think we'll probably see from Xbox, I think we'll see a Z2 Extreme PC gaming handheld with Xbox branding made by a third party before the next Xbox. So the Z2 Extreme,
Who makes this?
someone third party.
So what what is a Z2 Extreme? Like, what is that?
So the Z2 Extreme is a successor to Z1 Extreme, which is what's in the Asus ROG Ally and Lenovo Legion Go.
So it's like technology.
Yeah, it's the AMD's chipset.
Oh, so you think a third party OEM is going to make an
Xbox branded PC gaming
handheld before the new console comes out, and then Xbox's own handheld that they actually make themselves will come out some point later?
Yeah, I think so. And I think the Xbox handheld will be a PC gaming handheld first and foremost. Microsoft will use it as a reference device without any bloatware. It'll be similar to like the Xbox edition of the Razer Kishi. It'll be like the Xbox edition Razer Kishi. It's got the proper Xbox button and all that kind of branding and stuff. I think they'll do something like that first. Maybe even like get Logitech on board and do an Xbox version of the Logitech G Cloud as well. Remove all the bloatware from it, and maybe you just all you do is launch it with xCloud or something like that. I think we'll see some branded third-party Xbox devices soon, or not soon, but before the next console, and then we'll probably see the next console, and then probably the handheld. If it was me though, I'd kind of like.
Well, I mean, so like you have with Jason Ronald, he recently was at CES with the Lenovo stuff,
and these are just guesses, by the way, speculation.
I mean, he sort of said the OES is gonna come out this year. He's quote here said, "We've been really innovating for a long time in the console space, and as we partner across the industry, it's really about how do we bring those innovations that we've incubated and developed into the console space, and bring them to PC and bring them to handheld gaming space." I would say it's bringing the best of Xbox and Windows together because we have spent the last 20 years building a world-class operating system, but it's really lacked the consoles, and what we're doing is we're really focused on how do we bring those experiences for both players and developers to the broader Windows ecosystem. I think at the end of the day, our goal is to make Windows great for gaming on any device. The reality is the Xbox operating system is built on top of Windows, blah, 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 blah. So, I mean, like, there's the whole Project Rainway stuff.
Yeah, I don't know if what they're talking about there is a full-blown Xbox OS for PC gaming handhelds. Or if it's just like further enhancements to things like the game bar or Windows itself, where, Windows kind of, where maybe the Windows operating system will adapt better to handhelds, for example. I mean, right now you can barely navigate any parts of Windows with a controller, So there's all sorts of issues. You guys know there's all sorts of issues playing on a PC gaming handheld with Windows. But the issue is less about that and more about like access to the games. There's not that many games with Xbox Play Anywhere, right? Well, there is, but a lot of them are just junkware. There's not a lot of actual great games with Xbox Play Anywhere, and furthermore, it's even harder to like find a lot of those games. Like I can't just open the store and easily find which games have Xbox Play Anywhere because Microsoft makes it hard as hell to find those games. Like when I open the Xbox app on PC right now, it's full of mobile games. They've pulled the trigger on that as well and put the mobile games in there. Like Asphalt Unite, World of Tanks Blitz. Disney Speedstorm, Solitaire. I have no idea what universe. I don't know what Microsoft is smoking when they do this shit. But I can't help but think like some of this is the Windows team um leading Xbox on here. And they're just like, yeah, if you want to do this, you've got to do this. So I ain't exactly super confident in whatever Xbox is talking about with regards to enhancements to gaming on Windows, because there's so many moving parts here and so many departments fighting over what Windows should be. Um, actually delivering an experience that will deliver for PC gamers on those devices seems unlikely to me, to be cynical about it. But if it is the Xbox operating system, which is well designed and it is for gaming, that's really compelling. I just don't know how much of a uphill struggle or how difficult that is going to be to ship that out the door. How long they've been working on it. Is this a more recent thing? Is this going to take years? Is it going to be this year? So if I had to guess, and this is cynicism speaking here, my cynicism is that the things Jason Ronald is talking about is like a better app or a better game bar, or like when you're setting up Windows, you can put it in gaming mode or something like that, where it just launches the game bar by default. Something like that. I'm not expecting to be able to play my Xbox games on handheld this year unless they're Xbox Play Anywhere. So I don't know, man.
Yeah. So
Man.
I mean, the handheld stuff seemed like a pretty big portion of like the CES stuff, along with the new 5090s and the 5070s and the 50. Did you see the 5070 has the same performance? I guess with when you include AI as the 4090s, but it's like $500, and the 5090 is a $2,000 graphics card. But the handheld stuff, like, I don't know, maybe I just need to use one to really like understand. Like, I get why like companies are really all doing this stuff, but yeah, the Windows kind of holds it back, and then Steam announced the Steam OS stuff, which how big of a concern is it for Microsoft that Steam OS is going to be doing this? Like, be able to put it on third party handhelds, potentially as like consoles moving forward. It kind of like makes Xbox almost like a direct competitor at that point. Like, is there a lot of concern within Microsoft about Steam OS and what they're doing? Because it seems like Microsoft and Xbox has a similar goal to Steam, but it almost seems like Steam is outside of
I
cloud
don't,
gaming is like more ready to get there or quicker to get there, or at least
I don't know if I don't know if Microsoft sees Steam as a full blown threat right now, but I think it's more like we've got to move in that direction because it could be a threat down the road. I think it's more in that vein and more that thought process of we can do this. We have the capability of doing this. Let's try and work towards it. But I also think like this year it was the first year ever that Xbox had higher revenue than Windows. The first year ever, right? So that was like a milestone and watershed moment for the company. So I think that gives Xbox more clout than ever to say like, look, you need to let us dictate a little bit about what Windows' direction is going to be because you guys are fucking it up. You know, um, as great as Windows is, nobody loves it. Nobody loves using Windows. It's kind of like you almost kind of take it for granted how compatible it is and all that kind of stuff. And even Steam OS relies on the compatibility layer they've developed with Proton in order to get Windows games running. And part of my thought process here is like, is Microsoft going to sort of co-opt Proton, but in the other way, to sort of port Xbox games to PC? But then it's sort of like fucking all kinds of licensing issues that you sort of start running into. The developer's just going to let Microsoft sell the Xbox versions of their games on PC and stuff like that. So many questions about this. So I do think they want to go in the same direction as Steam, where Xbox becomes something OEMs can use. But I also don't think they see it as a huge threat right now. Because what was you telling me before the show, Rand? Steam Deck sold 5 million units.
I mean, look, I don't know how this all plays out in the future, but I sort of feel like the handheld gaming space right now is completely niche. Like, you want to talk about like Switch 2 selling 140 million or 130 million, whatever it is, and clearly, I think Switch being as popular as it did probably incited some of the desire for people and handhelds. But, you know, from all accounts, the Steam Deck, even though it's super popular, hasn't really sold that much. Now, it's probably a super profitable venture for Steam. It locks people more into the ecosystem with different ways to play, the PC and the handheld. Like, I get why they would do it. But even like you have all these, Lenovo and ROG Ally and all these different people making these handhelds. And I've seen like reports where like the ROG Ally has only sold 500,000 units or whatever, which isn't really that much. And they're probably making a decent amount of money on it because I think they sell these systems for a profit. But like on the surface, it really does sort of seem like even though people like these handhelds and they like the idea of taking their games on the go, and Microsoft and Sony are both going to be like, well, we sort of need to be in that space as well, that it sort of seems overall that the space is still immature and right now niche. Now, they think in 5-10 years from now where like it could blow up and maybe instead of it being a few million units, it's 50 million units. So it like SteamOS, like I could see the play. The question is, you think they probably would have to grow the overall market for that to happen, for it to become like this huge thing? Because I don't really even think most like regular people give a shit about SteamOS, right? It's kind of just the hardcore know about it and the hardcore like it, and same thing with the handhelds. If it's not Nintendo, people don't care, right? And we'll see how this progresses. Now, in 10 years, hey, Steam Deck 3 could be selling 40 million of these things, right? But I mean, yeah, I do think that like Microsoft and Steam are kind of gearing up for a battle. I do think Steam existing is an impetus for Microsoft's own Windows Store to grow, because it's like, why would anybody want to spend their time and their money on the Microsoft Store when Steam exists and has everything? Whereas you really just have Game Pass on your own platform. You don't even really get the games. So if Microsoft can get the games, great, but they're going to have a tough time convincing like PC gamers that people just don't trust Microsoft, especially when it comes to PC gaming. So like, yeah, they're gonna butt heads, and it's gonna be. I think it'd be interesting to see if Steam, when they release the Steam console, like how even Sony views that, because then like Sony might think, oh man, you're walking on our territory there. That's a console. It kind of looks like what we're doing with the PS5 and PS6. But oh man, we put your games on your platform because we sort of need to, just like Xbox does. How does that? Does that look as like a competitive sort of thing? So, yeah, it's super interesting where it's going. We'll just see if it really kind of takes off into the mainstream where, like where handhelds become Switch-like numbers. You know what I mean? Because like Switch 2 is going to sell 20 million units this year or whatever number it's going to be. Could you imagine if the Steam Deck was doing that? I don't know. People love the Steam Deck, and that's why it sort of seems like it's everywhere. But we'll see. And I do think Xbox should do a handheld, and I do think PlayStation should do a handheld, because their consumers and their customers would love them.
Sure
and it gets like you buy that, and it's like you even further lock people into your ecosystem by doing so. And then maybe in the future, okay, this is like where people want to play or people want to engage. They want to be able to take that out on the go and play it. And then if you don't do it, if you don't support it and you missed out on it, then like you're screwed, right? So we'll just see how I don't know. Maybe it's just something I need to just use myself to understand like the magic of the handheld. I think part of it is like I don't care for it or I don't use it, so part of it's like I don't really...
For me, it's like it's all about like being able to use it when you can't use your desktop or your
Yeah, but I can always use my
TV.
desktop and I can
Yeah,
always use
exactly.
my
So it's
TV.
it's not for
So
you. But a lot of people go to school, a lot of people go to college, a lot of people commute, a lot of people, at the lunch break, they can get an hour in on their lunch, when they're working their jobs, and people that travel. Like when I fly, I always play on my Legion Go. So like this is sort of for Microsoft and those guys, it's like it's not a way to find new users. It's a way to maximize hours for their existing users, because a lot of those users, like myself, um, don't always have access to the TV or my PC because of life. That's really who it's for.
yeah.
I think it's too expensive to really um to truly take on the Switch directly. But
Oh, I finally remembered what we were talking about when we got so rudely interrupted. It was about Ubisoft selling potentially or going through all that stuff. I
yeah,
just remembered what it was. Yeah, Ubisoft's in some problems. I wouldn't be surprised if they sell to somebody soon here. And I think they better hope Assassin's Creed sells well, or else we'll be up shit creeks without a paddle on that one.
sure will.
Um, let's talk about the Dev Direct, shall we? What do
Dev
you think?
Direct.
We'll talk about
Yeah,
the
let's
Dev
do it.
Direct. This is what Microsoft says about it on their news website. So on Thursday, January 23rd, 2 weeks away, at 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 Eastern, we're going to be getting an selection of highly anticipated games coming to Xbox Series X and S, PC, and Game Pass players this year.
Sweet. That's me.
We're going to be visiting Compulsion Games in Montreal, Canada to learn more about South of Midnight. Head to Montpellier, France to Sandfall Interactive to take a look at Clair Obscure Expedition 33. And stop by legendary id Studios in Richardson, Texas to check in on Doom the Dark Ages. And visit a surprise location to see another studio's brand new game. So here's what they say about the games individually. Doom the Dark Ages is a prequel to the critically acclaimed Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal that tells the epic cinematic origin story of the Doom Slayer's rage. In this third installment of the modern Doom series, players will step into the blood-stained boots of the Doom Slayer and this never-before-seen dark and sinister medieval war against hell. Learn more during the full game reveal at the Developer Direct. Okay. South of Midnight. From Compulsion Games, Courage to Contrast, and We Happy Few will share a deep dive on South of Midnight, a third-person action-adventure game set in the American Deep South. As Hazel, you will explore the mythos and confront mysterious creatures inspired by Southern folklore to unravel her family's hidden past in this dark, modern folktale. In Clair Obscure Expedition 33, Sandfall Interactive will take us behind the scenes at their studio to shed some light on the development of Expedition 33, this debut studio's incredible new RPG. The team will share more about the game's creation and how they plan to deliver an incredible story in a gorgeous fantasy world. Aaron Greenberg also said that, that the other game is an unannounced game. They hope they enjoy it. I think Phil even talked a little bit about it on Blue Sky. So I know Paris is saying Banjo-Kazooie. The Banjo Bros are probably going to have to wait, longer, because it ain't going to be no Banjo game. So, what do you think about this, Jez? We'll just go for the three games mentioned here, and then we'll get into the speculation stuff. How do you, how are you kind of looking at the headliners right now? Which ones caught your eye the most? Which one are you looking forward to seeing more of?
Oh well, definitely Doom.
Of
I
course.
think Doom's like Doom has to be like the front runner, I think, for most people, right? But the other one, like, that I'm really quite happy to see being showcased is Clair Obscur, because again, been on a Final Fantasy kick lately, and I've got this, and I think a lot of people feel this way about Clair Obscur. The way they're looking at it, like, I really hope this makes Square Enix reconsider turn-based games, because like they literally said, like, about Clair Obscur is that they feel the genre has been neglected by AAA, over the years, like really the last AAA turn-based kind of game like that was probably Final Fantasy 13. I mean, I suppose like Persona has these like stylized graphics, and while I'm not saying they're low quality, they don't really gun for that photorealism, right? They're stylized anime style games. They don't really go for the photorealism like a Final Fantasy 13 did, or Clair Obscur seeming to go for. So I think it's kind of cool that they are doing this because nobody's fucking doing this. So like I think that's why there's a lot of excitement about this game from certain people, people my age, I suppose, and your age, who are hoping this is gonna sort of bridge the gap, maybe.
It does look super cool. Like the fact that
Yeah,
it's here, I think is they must feel really good about it, or at least have big plans. Like it's
yeah,
one of their bigger Game Pass releases for the
I think
first half
so.
of the year, right?
I agree.
And now that I'm playing Persona and getting back into turn based, I look at Expedition 33 and I'm like, yeah, turn based, no problem, no problem. Like,
Mm.
um, yeah. So like, I think we will. Okay, so we got the three games: South of Midnight, Doom, Claire, Expedition. Do you think we'll get release dates for all three? Because I think we'll at least get release dates for two of them.
I have no idea.
Dude,
No idea. Doesn't Clair Obscur already have a launch date?
no. I think I think it was just early 2025. I don't think
Oh,
they
right,
have a
okay.
solid date. Maybe they could date it here. Like if look, South of Midnight, there was the whole thing with the soundtrack and the vinyl record where it was like it'll ship out April 30th, and it immediately changed. So people have been speculating that it was like, well, it's not January and it's not February because February is avowed, so it could be March or April. So it sort of seems like you can expect South of Midnight to launch one of those 2 months. I think South of Midnight's going to be in April. And I do think we will get a release date for Doom. They need to start the marketing cycle. Doom is a massive franchise. And I think we'll get a release date for that. And I think I've been saying for a while, I think it's May or June. I'll just say it's May.
Mhm.
Which, I mean, you talk about Xbox and being like, all right, well, our goal, I mean, remember they said this back in 2019, our goal is to release one big game a quarter. And sure, they hit it in 2023, but then some years they don't hit it. Last year, they had one game in the first like 9 months of the year, 8 months. They just had Hellblade 2. And yes, granted, Avowed was pushed, but it looks like you're going to have Avowed. You're going to have Avowed in February, South of Midnight, March or April, and then Doom, May or June. And, Doom's about as big as a game as it can possibly be. So it's like, all right, you got the early part of the year covered. Clair Obscur, I mean, if they were going to give a date, I'd move it away from the other one. So maybe it comes in March. But the fact that we haven't even seen we've seen a minute and a half of Doom, and there's a potential it could be launching in 4 months. 4 months, think about that, Jez. It's January 10th. And Doom could be launching by May. And we've seen a minute and a half of it.
But Bethesda does this. This is their MO, is to like, they did this. I remember they did this with Fallout 4, right? Where it's like, oh, by the way, it's coming out in 6 months. And it's like, whoa. Like, the hype for that was just crazy. So I think there is a mentality with Bethesda is like, let's,
Sure. And
get right up to the mark with this.
This will be probably the start off of the marketing. Like, all right, we're going to do a full game reveal. And it's like, honestly, I don't really need to see much of Doom anyways. It's Doom. Like, we've all played Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal. We know what
I just want to know there's no
is.
platforming in it.
I don't think there is.
I hate platforming, dude. Get that shit out of Doom.
I didn't mind it. I didn't mind the platform.
Monkey
it added
bars,
something different, bro.
Don't fucking want it. No, don't want it.
Bro, did
Don't
you
put that
even...
in the game.
You're such a hater. Every time, when people always ask, hey, should we do something new instead of playing it safe? And everyone's like, you
Play it
should.
safe.
So
No.
they
Don't
added
do anything
things
new
for Doom
ever.
Eternal, and then you get Jez being like, no, change it back. We don't want something new.
Yeah, don't do anything new ever. You know, I don't want action-based Final Fantasy. I want turn-based forever. I don't want platforming and monkey bars in Doom. I just want the same thing over and over again with slightly different weapons. Thanks.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. So then,
let me have my nostalgia, man. God.
so then we need to turn our attention to the mystery game, the secret location that we'll be going to, and there's a lot of speculation about what it could be. Last year, so if you look at the history of Dev Directs, and I know it's not much of a history to kind of draw from. There's been 5 games at each one. Last year we had, Indiana Jones, and we had Avowed. I'm kind of currently blanking on everything that was there, but we did have a third-party game last year, which was Visions of Mana. But I went back and I looked, and each year had 5 games. And only 4 games are on the thing here, with one of them being this unannounced thing. But also there's a big space at the top left corner that could probably have another picture. So there's probably all something else. Considering if we're going by history, there's probably 5 things. But we only know about 4, and already one of them's unannounced or whatever. So that rules out, it could be anything. Right? It literally, unannounced game, new game from a brand new studio. If you go down like Xbox's lineup, everybody kind of thinks Double Fine, right? It's Double Fine. Kiln. People have been predicting Kiln for a while. Or the Gears collection, right? Special Nick has been banging this drum for 3 years now. Gears collection's coming. Or whatever.
It's like that Bart Simpson meme.
Yeah.
Krusty's coming.
Krusty's coming, right?
But Gears collection.
ZeniMax new game. So
yeah, there's also what they're called now. Elsewhere Entertainment. There's the new Polish studio.
Or
maybe they'll release
Project Maverick. Of the people that did Outsiders or Outriders, or I think I said that.
Yeah. People Can Fly.
People Can Fly. They're doing something. And there's other Xbox
maybe
studios.
It's IO Interactive.
Maybe. But, they're also, could be a third-party game. Because I think what this showcase, and I know because I've seen some of the chat, some of the talking points about like where's Fable, or where's Outer Worlds 2, why isn't that there? Why isn't maybe a Gears E Day or what have you. And I sort of feel like that this Direct is probably going to mostly focus on what's coming in the first half of the year. Because there is the elephant in the room with Grand Theft Auto that could disrupt a lot of plans for the end of the year.
Yep.
And, right now, if like Fable and all those other games for the end of the year are on track, does it really matter if fucking Rockstar wants to swing its dick and have it land at the end of the year, and everybody runs around.
What an image.
Yeah, and everybody needs to run for cover and scurry away like cockroaches when you turn on the light. Like, oh, nope, every game needs to get delayed. So, I don't know. Like, I can't really espouse any more about it, like, honestly. Because there's so many choices you could put in there. Right? There's so many like guesses you could have about whatever the unannounced game is from an Xbox studio, or maybe it's Spyro 4 from Toys for Bob or what have you, or it could be a third-party game and it's just something that you just don't know about. And even if I did know what it is, which maybe I do, I couldn't say it because it would just be too on the nose, and everybody would just look at me and being like, yeah, that's it. So even if I did know, I couldn't say. I couldn't. Even if I didn't know, I couldn't make a Rand prediction because it would just be too fucking on the nose. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Interesting.
I just couldn't.
Interesting.
Because it'd just be like, hey, it's this, and then people are like, that's oddly specific. Why are you saying this for an unannounced game or whatever?
Oh, you mean like if you try and do a prediction?
Yeah, like at least my predictions are like have somewhat of a plausibility in them or whatever. But maybe it's real, or maybe it's not, and then it ended up is. You know,
Yeah.
like if for instance, let's just imagine it was like Scalebound, and I said, you know what? What if the surprise game was Scalebound, and the surprise location was Clover Studios with Kamiya, and he's not only making Akami 2, but also Scalebound. People in chat would be like, yeah, that's the actual game. Like, you know what I mean? Like, why would you pick that game out of everything, and why would you imagine that or whatever? So
Yeah, it's like you mean like how you just did?
yeah.
Yeah, like how you just did confirm Scalebound by Clover.
Yeah, wouldn't that be crazy? But
oh god damn.
I was on a podcast recently that did drop today that is taking the gaming industry by storm. I'm not mentioned, thankfully.
Certainly made me dust off the keyboard there.
It did.
Thanks, Nate.
So you got some treasure from, you got some clickage. But
got some
Nate,
nice clickage. Thanks,
but Nate
Nate.
seemed I think Nate's prediction for, because I think there's going to be more than 4 games. I think there's going to be 5 games at least, because it lines up with history. Nate's prediction was that you're going to see Square Enix again with Final Fantasy 16, and that they're going to announce Final Fantasy 16 for the Xbox platform.
Was that a prediction or a leak?
You said it was a prediction. Maybe it's a leak. I don't know. I'm not the one who said it. So, you know, I mean, you've been on record since last year that the whole slate's coming. It's been a while since the exclusivity is ended for Final Fantasy 16.
Damn slate.
It would be cool if Final Fantasy 16 did make an appearance and it was one of those available today and you could go and play Final Fantasy 16 type stuff, right? Yeah. He also reported that Final Fantasy 7 Remake and Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth are coming to Xbox and Switch 2 with Remake coming this year and Rebirth coming in 2026. He seemed pretty confident in that information because he basically was like, this is happening. He also pretty much said, oh, by the way, Oblivion's happening. The Oblivion remaster's happening. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's 100% real. And he pretty much said in the show it's coming in June.
Huh.
But it's not at the show.
Didn't you say that?
Well, I mean, there's been rumors about it for a while, and it's like, yeah, people have said stuff, and apparently Virtuous is making it, but I don't think it's I'm pretty sure it's not one of the games at the Dev Direct. So I know a lot of people have been guessing it because they've heard the rumors that this is happening or what have you. So it does sound like Oblivion remaster with Unreal Engine 5 is happening and is going to come out later in the year.
Yeah. I mean, I think I did say last week on the solo show that I'd heard the Oblivion thing was totally real. But, you know, we'll see.
So
there's so many rumors about that now. And I think it's Microsoft themselves leaked it at the fucking trial, didn't they? Or was that, did they leak Fallout Remake?
There was like a whole list of Bethesda games, a list of stuff, but it was like all off by a couple years. It was like they had Starfield releasing in 2021.
Yeah, pandemic.
And like they had Oblivion releasing in 2022 or whatever it was. So it does seem, I think it was even like, was it Doom Year 1? Yeah, it was Doom Year 1.
Yeah, that must have been like its work in progress now.
Yeah. And that was supposed to release, I forget what year. So like it seemed like the pandemic pushed things out more. So it does seem like the Oblivion stuff is real, but
I just saw something quite funny on our Discord. Oh my god, Turtles posted.
Okay,
it's a picture from Facebook, where someone posted the delay of Assassin's Creed Shadows, like the big red text, you know, asking players for forgiveness or whatever for the delay. And Domino's posted it, and then they wrote, "Call us if you need help delivering things on time." It's like, wow, even Domino's wants cooking Ubisoft at the moment.
Domino's is roasting you, you know it's pretty bad.
It's pretty bad.
You know it's
Hey, Zedox is back.
Yeah, Zedox is back here. Should he be listening to this? You know, I don't know.
I don't know. Zedox is back because he's working on the super duper graphics update.
Yeah, finally.
For me.
So
Thanks, thanks, dude.
I'm very looking forward to seeing the direct and release dates for stuff because I think we're gonna get them. You know, even though like the story, I mean the story in Doom when I say that, but like the idea of a prequel in Doom is kind of something that I'm not really that excited for, but it's Doom, so it's gonna play well and it's gonna be great and it's gonna look amazing. And maybe they'll surprise me, like because I know people doubted them when they did 2016. So it's like I'm okay, yeah, like show me Doom in all its glory. Give me that release date. South of Midnight. I mean, they've been posting tweets and gameplay clips like galore on social media. So I think we'll definitely get a release date for that. I mean, it seems like it's pretty close. And then you have like Expedition 33 seems like they're placing a lot of importance on that. And then whatever you have with the secret unannounced games or whatever, any other surprises you might have. Like the Final Fantasy stuff is if you're really into that, yeah. I mean, like people have said, like, why isn't Square Enix working with Xbox? And for whatever reason, people didn't believe that these games would come over. And Nate's like, yeah, they're all coming, like all of them. Like, and honestly, Jez, the fact that Rebirth is coming next year is way faster than I thought it would, because I knew it was coming too. I just thought it would come after the next game. But it's coming fast. And maybe I shouldn't be surprised because of what they've said publicly about, like, we can't do this anymore. Maybe it didn't sell enough, and that could cause like the contract to terminate, or maybe they just bought themselves out of the contract. Because you figure like Sony would want like all three under before they release, but maybe Square Enix is like, well, if we can get people on Xbox and Switch and PC to play these two games, maybe they would buy the third one. So that makes you think, like, is the third one going to be a day one PlayStation exclusive? Or is this going to just be multiplat everywhere? Or maybe Sony themselves is looking at it like, yeah, it's not worth us spending all that money to make the third one exclusive anymore because the second one didn't really do anything for us. You know what I mean? So maybe it's not worth any money, so the third one will just be everywhere. I don't know. But I mean,
I want Helldivers on Xbox, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I do. I want Helldivers on my Xbox.
I'm sure it would help with the player count. And I'm sure Xbox players would love to play it. So, yeah, I mean, I can't wait to talk about the Dev Direct in 2 weeks. Maybe I'll stream it. Maybe I won't. I don't know. But me and Jez will definitely talk about it in depth 2 weeks from now. And yeah, what else do you want to talk about here, Jez?
Pokemon.
Oh, you want to talk about the? I guess we need to talk about it because it's kind of like the big thing that everyone took away from Nate's show, and that you even started to, and it kind of ties into my rant about Xbox releasing more multi-platform games. He said he knows that, or has heard that Halo Master Chief Collection is going to be coming to Switch 2 and PlayStation. I mean, he even put it out there that the Gears collection is real. He expects Gears 1 and 2 to launch this year, which is odd, because I don't know.
That doesn't sound like a collection to me.
It doesn't sound like a collection to me.
And
and who knows if it even has multiplayer. Because he also seems pretty certain that Gears E-Day is this year, which would be crazy, because we were doing the math, and we were counting the number of games Xbox could release this year. Like, if you just take the games that Xbox currently has announced for 2025, it's like 6 or 7 games, which is a lot. But if you add in stuff that isn't announced yet, it gets all the way up to 10. So you ready? I'm gonna name the game, and you count off the number. Okay, Jez, you ready?
Yep.
All right. Avowed.
1.
South of Midnight.
2.
Doom.
3.
Towerborn.
4.
Oblivion.
5. Why is it so slow?
Outer Worlds 2.
6. I feel like a Sesame Street right now.
Gears E-Day.
7.
Call of Duty.
Act.
So Call of Duty would be what?
9.
8. Call of Duty would be 8. Fable would be 9.
9.
And then Gears 1 and 2 would be 10. Or 10 and 11, but you just probably just a single release of 10.
How do you put both of them in one game?
I don't know. I also thought like the idea of releasing them in the same year you release Gears E-Day supposedly would be it's like that seems overkill. Because that made me think like, well, won't people want the multiplayer of Gears 1 and 2? But then if you're releasing Gears E-Day the same year, and that has new multiplayer, wouldn't that kind of split the user base? Because you have half the people playing like the old school Gears and then half the people playing the new school Gears. So that makes me question is like, well, maybe Gears E-Day doesn't have any multiplayer. But then I was thinking, well, maybe Gears 1 and 2 don't have the multiplayer. And it's just strictly a remake of the campaign. Or what if Gears E-Day isn't this year and it's next year? So
bro. What if Gears E-Day 1 and 2 actually have a revamped multiplayer that is a free-to-play client that runs across all the games?
Yeah, like a Call of Duty launcher type thing.
Yeah, or like the
certainly possible.
Yeah, maybe that's the one. And there's also World of Warcraft expansion this year.
Probably. Yeah, and then Indiana Jones DLC and
Starfield
DLC. And like you said, a World of Warcraft expansion. I don't know, is Diablo due for an expansion this year?
Suppose so.
Does anybody play Diablo anymore? Has everybody kind of gone on the path of Exile 2 at this point?
Yeah, kind of. But there's also because, people are waiting for a new season, I think.
And then hasn't everybody...
Actually, did the Diablo 4 season even start yet?
I don't know, but hasn't everybody left Overwatch to play Marvel Rivals? That's what I see.
I don't know. I was playing Overwatch earlier and got instant queue, so...
Is that good or bad? I mean, how long do you normally have to wait to get a queue in Overwatch?
Usually pretty quick if you're a tank.
Raj says January 21st for Diablo 4 Season 7. And then Age of Mythology and Age 4 have expansions releasing as well. So
Age 4 does?
Apparently.
Those guys be working hard, bro.
So there's a lot of content, not including all the stuff that is releasing on other platforms. Like your article said what? Gears, Hellblade 2, Age of Mythology or Age of Empires. Nate was saying Halo Master Chief Collection. And, that's going to hit different than any of the other stuff. Because a lot of people view Halo as the soul of Xbox, and a lot of people don't agree with Phil about the idea of no red lines, like nothing is off limits. No. And I understand if you're doing a full multi-platform push, yeah, nothing should be off limits, but maybe some things should be off limits. You know what I mean?
I mean, we're wondering a lot about what they'll do with Forza, because those licenses are going to be expiring soon.
Yeah.
So maybe the play really is just wait for Forza Horizon 6 at this point.
Maybe you wait for Forza Horizon 6 next year, and you don't do Forza Horizon 5. But I feel like you could probably still make a lot of money with Forza Horizon 5, even if you released it this year, and then Forza Horizon 6 next year. But I don't know. I just had this vision. Sometimes I'll just sit there and I'll imagine something, and I'm not saying it's going to happen at the Nintendo Switch reveal. Like I think the Nintendo Switch reveal is going to be next week, but I don't think we'll see a lot of third-party stuff. It'd probably just be hardware-focused, OS stuff. Maybe they reveal a couple first-party games. But then I think they'll probably have another show, another direct next month, where they show off a lot of games, and maybe you get a trailer for Final Fantasy VII Remake or, the third-party stuff that they've been waiting to announce. And I think Xbox will be there probably showing off like a Sea of Thieves for Switch, too, because it doesn't exist there yet. But I've always imagined, all right, if you're going to do, Halo, Master Chief Collection, that's probably where you announce it at. And you know what? You can sort of imagine that's true, because what happened last year? When Microsoft had their emergency podcast, and they talked about the 4 games, Nintendo delayed their Direct by a week. I don't know if you remember this, Jez. Microsoft was going to do their podcast. Nintendo was going to do a Direct, and then suddenly the Nintendo Direct got delayed. Microsoft did the podcast where they announced they announced the games, or they said 4 games were coming, and then Phil said, "This doesn't mean all the games are coming." Yeah, how did that quote end up playing out for you, Phil? Not very good.
I
When a
can't
year
believe he
later,
said that in
it's
hindsight because he must have known they were all coming.
well,
I mean,
I mean,
people keep saying to me like it wasn't the plan then, but
I don't
clearly
know.
they must have known it was all gonna go that way. I
Yeah,
think like that. I think they were thinking like by some sort of like weird miracle, if it was just a terrible, terrible decision, like if instantly all Xbox sales went dead
I mean, they
and
kind
they
of
didn't
they
sell
kind of
any
did a little bit.
game.
Like
Yeah, it kind of did. Yeah,
hardware
actually.
kind of you've been taking a nosedive for a bit.
Yeah.
But I
But
think it
they,
was
they
like,
keep saying they've got more active players than ever. So I
yeah,
suppose like if active players went down,
maybe if nobody played Sea of Thieves on PlayStation, like it was just, and the
yeah,
people who did already played it because like you sign in with your
they played
Microsoft
it on
account or
Xbox.
something.
Yeah.
I don't know. But it's like, hey, we don't want to say like, yeah, well, it ended up being that way. So it's like one of those quotes that just like, did you know or didn't you know? I mean, we all said at the beginning, like, it's going to be way more than 4 games and end up being, and I don't know. It's one
Yeah,
of
I
those
don't
things
know
like,
why they
it's
said
not
that.
Indiana Jones and it's not Starfield, but then like the next game ended up being Indiana Jones.
Yeah.
So, like I don't know. And I heard some of the same stuff that you did, that they accelerated their plans internally. Like it was supposed to go much slower, but then it accelerated their stuff. And it's like,
Yeah,
I don't know how
they,
much of that is true.
they're trying to stay ahead of costs. You know, like the way they see it is like everything is more expensive, increasingly more expensive, more expensive, more expensive. And I think like the need to generate revenue accelerated, which in turn accelerated this plan, you know. And there was someone, was it Stasis who said that they decelerated the plan, I think.
Yeah, he
And like
did.
the opposite
Yeah.
is true.
He also said that there were some red lines, and then Phil came out like 2 days later and said there was none.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. Is what it is.
Death says multiplat is the only path to victory. How can you guys not see this? Victory of what? And do I get a badge for this victory? Victory over who? Victory
Um,
of what? Beating PlayStation? Beating Tencent? Just making more revenue? What's the victory? A victory of getting more games? Maybe. I mean, what victory should I be celebrating? Or what victory will we celebrate? And who are we winning over?
Pokemon.
Matt says victory with lots of games to play. I love lots of games to play, and that is a victory. But I don't think he's
I
talking
mean,
about that because he's saying multiplayer is the only path to victory, meaning you have to beat somebody. So
I mean,
who
I
we
suppose
victory
in this
over?
context, the victory is staying afloat because playtime hours are down across the board, and like at least in terms of the wider industry, because younger people are skipping gaming and just going straight into, you know, TikTok addiction, you know, which doesn't leave much room for gaming or old school gaming in the way we see it.
Uh,
Like, you know, you think about like your grandma playing solitaire or Candy Crush or whatever. That's us now, bro. We are the elderly, and these games we like playing,
mm,
they ain't what the kids want to do, bro.
they ain't what the
You
kids
get
want
me?
to do, huh? Yeah, I know. I hear you. I hear you. Now, that says Game Pass cannot exist without PlayStation and Steam subsidizing games. So it's
I mean, that might be a thing
I
too.
mean, yeah, I guess if you love Game Pass and you want it to continue forever, then I
There's
guess like
also there's also like the possibility that, you know, one of the things that we've often criticized Xbox for over the years is this sort of concept of they haven't been able to match Sony on the quality bar. But like if you're making so much more money because your games are everywhere, maybe that means you can hire better devs, maybe even poach some of Sony's devs. I mean, they've poached quite a lot of Sony's devs already, you know, over time.
you
So
know
it's like,
it's funny. It's funny you mentioned that about the quality bar, right? Which I think was a big thing for last generation when Xbox was putting out, really low rated games and had a really bad stretch. Like the first half of the generation had a lot of games, And even though something like Rise Son of Rome wasn't highly rated, it was brand new. The second half of the generation, you can definitely tell something went wrong because they barely had anything, and the games they did have weren't really received well. But our buddy Colt, and I know people feel a certain way about Colt, but he's my buddy. He has been tracking the games that Xbox and PlayStation have released this year from first party or published by either party. And he has like a big graphic of all the games Xbox released and their open critic scores, and all the games PlayStation released and all their open critic scores, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like Xbox has released like 26 games this generation. PlayStation's released like 31. But PlayStation has also released like 9 remasters, right? It's like 9 of the 31 games that PlayStation's released has been remasters or remakes. And he has like the average of open critics, so like the average of the reviews. And it's like PlayStation games average 81.6 and Xbox games average 81.4.
Huh.
So like critically, they're essentially tied.
Yeah,
like their games
but
average out. But I know the perception is they haven't gotten any Keeleys. And that matters a lot to the overall perception of...
and the perception of like, a lot of those are racing games or simulation games or strategy games, and they don't count, bro.
They don't count. Yeah,
it only counts if it's a sad dad simulator.
Did you see the DICE Awards are out, and Indiana Jones is one of the highest nominated games, and in fact was nominated for Game of the Year at the DICE Awards.
That's awesome. Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Buzz there,
and it probably, think about it. If they'd released it earlier, it probably would have been Game of the Year contender at the Keeleys.
Sure would have been.
So, yeah. So I mean, like, I guess if you're really all in on Game Pass, then it's like, yeah, okay, well, them putting games elsewhere funds my experience. But then, what if you're not all in on Game Pass?
Mm-hmm.
What then? Because not everybody cares about Game Pass. And in fact, Game Pass was in the news again because Christopher Dring came out and said that Game Pass loses, 80% of premium sales for games that launch into Game Pass?
Yeah. Think of the children, bro.
And he was kind of going back and forth, like, is it a good thing? Is it a bad thing? Like, games are struggling to get visibility, so, like, putting in a description works, but then you lose the sales, but then, he's, like, hemming and hawing about it. Is it based off of just, like, sales in the UK? Like, what's the whole database there? I don't know. It's like, well, yeah, I mean, I would imagine most people played Indiana Jones on a subscription.
Mm.
So, I don't know. Did you have any sort of take on that? Like, I'm not sure. Did you say something publicly to him about it, or is this one of those? Actually, I don't even know.
Not him.
On social media
I replied. Anymore. I don't know if he's either, but I replied to the chap from Larian who was saying that like games can't be like TV subscriptions or whatever. And I was just kind of defending the model because it was like premium sales like aren't the whole way you can make money in gaming. Like TV is like a one size fits all business model. You have a TV show and you have ads, Whereas like gaming, it's like you can make a game free to play and then upsell microtransactions, or you can take a bag from Microsoft up front to a Game Pass installation and then also get engagement bonuses after the fact, or you can do premium launches and whatever. I think it's a misnomer to try and pigeonhole all of gaming into one business model. So that was like kind of my defense of Game Pass. But I think at the same time, it's also true that if it's true that there aren't as many newer gamers coming in that the industry needs to offset its costs, then maybe the Game Pass business model doesn't work long term. Maybe it's got I don't know, a hard limit where it's like, okay, well, we can't. The only way we can further this service is to keep putting up the monthly fee, which again is going to be problematic because eventually people will be like, well, actually, I don't really need it. So,
well, yeah, at some point, like, you get so high that a lot of people don't see, it's like, I don't need Game Pass anymore. It's $30 a month.
Yeah.
Right? Well, the only way you could really counter that is if you really did have something big every single month where that was worth your $30.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like right now it's at 20, and I think probably the majority of people feel like that's a fair price, and especially if Xbox is releasing something like close to 10 games this year and like big games, cuz that's I sort of feel like maybe the issue some people have with Game Pass is they don't really put the needle movers on there. Like Call of Duty's finally on there, yeah. And the next Call of Duty seems like, well, we'll see, but like I would imagine the next Call of Duty will be on there too, but Fable's going to be big. Doom is massive, right? So you have some of that stuff. I don't know how big Expedition 33 is going to be, but Outer Worlds 2, Outer Worlds was a Game of the Year contender. So like you have the year where, and you know, if Gears E-Day is this year, I mean, like, my lord, that's a lot of content, and for $20 a month, yeah. Maybe the issue, like, I don't know if you mentioned this, you might have, or maybe I'm just blanking on it, but the idea of like, maybe it's true that people only play 2 or 3 games a year, so they view a subscription with all these games as just too much, and it's like, well, I'm not really going to play all those games. It's not like Netflix, which has all these shows, but like, oh, I'm gonna get my money's worth out of this because I'm gonna watch the new season of Bridgerton, and then I'm gonna watch the Chris Rock stand up, and then I'm gonna watch WWE, and then I'm gonna watch, you know, You or Stranger Things or Wednesday, because people watch TV more than they game, because people just seem to really stick to one game. And I did see Matt Piscatella saying like if you look at the most played game charts from 2018 and the most played charts for 2024, it's like the same games. And he doesn't think it's good for the industry, and I don't think it's good for the industry. You know, like I think chasing after that stuff, which is why I really hope that rumor about Machine Games working on a competitive CS:GO like game is bunk. Because like I don't know, it's like, haven't we just learned from what we just saw with Concord? Like there's not that many places or spaces left for a live service game anymore. Unless you're going to pack in like a mega IP like Marvel and copy Overwatch, whatever. Like if you're just doing something brand new and you get in that space, like there's no room left. Like the Defiant, you know, like X Defiant failed. I don't know if the finals is doing anything anymore. You know, it even...
God, I completely forgot about that game.
Yeah, and like, what was it? Apex Legends, people are complaining about how they're losing players. It doesn't really seem like you can really get that many more entrants into that thing. So it's like, see them, a predominantly like single player studio, maybe make a competitive shooter, like multiplayer shooter. It's like, no, like... I don't know, even when they went out of their comfort zone to make a co-op Wolfenstein and that failed badly. It's like this idea of like, let's turn these single player studios into multiplayer stuff. Like, haven't we seen enough of these things where it's like, this isn't a good idea and the market seems saturated?
Yeah.
By it all?
I mean,
I don't know.
They've got a... It's weird because the industry's just in a weird place right now where it's like they grew too quickly during the pandemic. The costs stayed high, but the growth went low, and in some cases even reversed, you know. And I think, like, in that universe, it's a lot of companies are basically struggling to figure out what the future looks like, you know. But industries, you know, they'll correct themselves, and for better or worse. Maybe if the game industry was smaller, there'd be like less of this unrealistic expectation where every company has to make a Fortnite, you know.
Yeah, or if it was like bigger,
But it's going to be a painful. It's going to be a painful. It's going to be a painful transition.
or if it had it's like double its size, where there was actually more than enough people to support all that. But yeah, let me get a couple of these super chats. We got Dirk Griggity with the 2. Talk that shit, Rand. That's funny that you were here to hear that rant, Dirt. That's funny. Greggle Poof with the $4.99. 2025 was the year of the 360. What do you think Xbox will do in 2025 for the 20th anniversary? Is the 20th anniversary this year? Oh, you mean the 20? It says 20th anniversary of the 360. So what would they do there?
Hmm.
I thought you were talking overall, like Xbox, because the 25th anniversary for Xbox is next year. I don't really see them doing much of the 20th anniversary for the Xbox 360, but I do see them doing something next year for the 25th anniversary for the brand, right? Because it started in 2001, so 25 years would be next year, right?
Yeah, 20.
Yeah. And I think they've even said they are. Now, I
Yeah,
don't
I
know
feel
if
like they said they are.
yeah, they've said they were. So I can't really see them doing much about the 360. Maybe like some blogwire post and maybe a video or something. I can't see them really doing much. Deku with
World
the
of
10.
Warcraft's doing some kind of tour for Warcraft's 30th anniversary.
He
Yeah.
says, enjoyed the rant. Thank you, Dark Rand. You're welcome. Hope you enjoyed it. Hope everybody enjoyed it. Do us
It's
a
always
favor. Make
fun
sure you hit the like
trying
button
to
if you enjoyed the rant. Hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel. We got Adam, unfriended member for 1 month, says, I agree with Rand. Xbox should focus on considering making first-party games only for Xbox and PC. It feels wrong on other platforms. Spartan, he gave 5 gifted subs. Thank you. Nerds and Other Legends, member for 11 months, says, Phil is doing an interview with Destin at the end of this month. That should be interesting. Dark Rand is amazing. Yeah, I'm very curious to see what Phil's going to say with Destin. Because I feel like... Does it feel like the other shoe's about to drop? Like there's going to be another announcement coming soon? Like Phil would be on a podcast?
Negative.
Well,
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, like if my vision, what I said before about Halo being at a Nintendo Switch thing, what if that actually happens next week? And then you have the Direct, so you could go on Destin's show, talk about the Direct, and then talk about their multi-platform plans and stuff like that, right?
Oh, is this just another Randall prediction?
No, it's not. But I'm just saying, like, we know he's interviewing Phil for his Patreon, so I don't know if he's doing it as a favor to Destin or if it's a broader Xbox thing to get Phil out there to do interviews after the Dev Direct. You know what I mean?
Yeah, maybe. I suppose we'll see. Apparently, Reset Era believes that Cameron in chat says Reset Era believes promoting console wars is simply the preference to play on Xbox. I mean, I certainly do get that impression from Reset Era.
Well, I wouldn't
And
also
they're saying Destin is promoting console wars for having Phil on for an Xbox.
Oh, Destin's promoting console war for having Phil on? I don't get
That's what
that.
Reset Era says.
Well, I mean, I know you don't like Reset Era, but there's some great people in the Xbox thread, and there's a lot of those people listen to the show, like Eura Malice and Sea Lord of Bravos.
Yeah, those dudes are cool.
Those dudes are cool. I mean, and you can't paint a whole brush of like thousands of people and say they're all shit, but yeah, a lot of people don't like Reset Era.
You know exactly what I'm talking about.
I know what you're talking about.
Watch the show.
Yeah. Jay Foley with the 5 says, what are the chances Call of Duty 2025 is direct after the summer show? I don't see Microsoft spending extra money to have the COD Next event. I mean, it's always a possibility, and my fear is that Call of Duty will always be the direct after the Xbox showcase, and I would hate for that to happen. But maybe they still want to reinforce the idea that Call of Duty and Xbox are one and the same and they're together, so they're going to do another round of like, here's this year's Call of Duty. But I don't know. I sort of feel like you probably get a trailer for the game again, saying it's on Game Pass, and then they'll just do their normal Call of Duty stuff. Because Call of Duty is the way it is. And then you could have... I would imagine by June, Microsoft will know where Grand Theft Auto is going to be. And if that's the case, they would know also, like, hey, is Fable going to make it? Is Gears E-Day going to make it? Is this game going to make it? And if that's the case, you could easily say, all right, after the showcase, Fable Direct. And you just have a 20, 30-minute thing unveiling Fable fully. That's kind of how I think it's going to happen.
Yeah.
Or I mean, in my mind,
I
that's
think
how I want
Fable
it to
gets
happen.
Fable gets a bigger Fable Direct thing.
Yeah. I mean, sure, it'd be nice to see it at the Dev Direct in 2 weeks because I want to see more footage because I've only saw 30 seconds of what you showed me and you saw more. You did say you were going to talk a little bit more about that footage. I don't know if you have anything more you want to say about it.
Um,
Because I think you mentioned that you're pretty sure now it wasn't meant to be seen by people's eyes.
oh yeah. I know what you mean. Yeah, it wasn't cut like a trailer. It was cut more like, uh, here's a brief, a brief, teaser for other developers. I kind of think that was like part of an internal sort of showcase, not really a bombastic, epic kind of trailer that consumers would want to see. Or maybe it was like footage that they are going to splice into a proper trailer, and it was sort of like, before the edits have happened. I just don't think that was like what I shared with you. I don't think that was meant for um to be viewed that way. And like I remember like all the discourse around the leaked Grand Theft Auto footage, you know,
Mm-hmm.
which again was like people were like, oh my god, look at this shadow has a jaggy on it, and it's like, bro, it's not done yet.
Yeah.
So yeah, I do think like Fable will probably get its own direct, because from what I can tell, it's going to be a much bigger kind of game than stuff like South of Midnight, which isn't that direct to digital? Is that known?
I don't know. I think it's just a rumor. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if it was. Or maybe people already know, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was a digital
I
only
can't.
game or like
Yeah, I
also
think.
$40 or something and not like
Yeah,
70.
I've heard. Yeah, I think I've heard that it's a smaller kind of direct to digital kind of
I
game,
mean
but
like Hellblade 2, right? Hellblade 2 was 50
yeah,
bucks
yeah, yeah,
and digital only. I could see that being the exact same for South of Midnight.
yeah,
If it's already announced already, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure somebody in chat will say if it is or not, right?
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Um got one more super chat here. We have Ashmal says one stack up Game Pass Ultimate until 12/27. Just saying. Or he stacks up. Yeah, I mean, I had Game Pass up for 3 years. I think I have 1 year left on it now. Maybe I'll stack it again. But they do. I think they do let you stack up to 3 years, which is a long time. So, you have Game Pass Ultimate right now, Jez, or no?
Yeah, I do. Cloud for cloud more than anything.
Yeah, you like the
I
cloud
never,
stuff.
I don't really play many of the games in there, and I think like if if I wasn't because I get a lot of games for free through work, right? But if I didn't, I think a lot of the time I wouldn't be playing the games that are in there anyway. A lot of the time, the games that I would want to play, I'd probably buy outright. But the thing that keeps me in is cloud, because I really like the cloud. I think it's worth it for the cloud stuff more than anything. But I think that's one of the issues, like with Game Pass in general, for a lot of people who like don't have the time to play all the content in there, like you were saying earlier. I think like there needs to be more value add things in there, like cloud, which make it worthwhile for people who maybe can't justify playing all the games that are in there. And I think that's probably most people, right? Even if there's like either it's like it doesn't have the content you want, or it's got too much of the content you want. And it's like, well, I couldn't play all of this anyway. There's like physically not enough time in the day to play everything that's coming to Game Pass this year. So then it kind of becomes like, well, what is my motivation to subscribe? And for me, it's cloud gaming. I think for a lot of other people, uh, you got the Valorant stuff, the Valorant and League of Legends stuff. That's a good value add. There's probably more they could do there, but will they?
Um, let's see here. What else we? Oh yeah, I wanted to talk about this because it's tied to the Call of Duty things. But did you see some of these budgets that Activision disclosed? disclosed for some of these Call of Duty games? Do you remember
No,
this?
I didn't.
So this was a couple days ago. And this is because of there's like a court case going on here or something. Uh, but Black Ops 3, which came out in 2015, cost $430 million to make. And the game sold 43 million copies. Modern Warfare 2019, which, you know, brought back Warzone and everything, cost $640 million and sold 41 million copies. And Black Ops Cold War, which came out in 2020, cost $700 million, but only sold 30 million copies. And obviously that doesn't disclose any of like the microtransaction stuff, but just seeing some of that, it kind of makes me wonder how much Call of Duty Black Ops 6 cost, because it was in development for 4 years.
I bet it costs an insane amount of money.
Yeah, probably approaching $1 billion. If you know, Black Ops Cold War, which is Treyarch's last game, cost $700 million.
Yeah,
that is a ridiculous amount of money. And I mean,
it's not sustainable in any, because like imagine if any one of those flops, you know, that's a huge.
I mean, judging from the
devastating
sales
blow.
here, I mean, Black Ops Cold War compared to Modern Warfare 19, there's a difference of 11 million copies. You know?
Yeah, I mean the microtransactions do a lot of heavy lifting here, but
And I always tried Joaquin because he's a big fan of Sledgehammer games, and I'm like, Sledgehammer games always flop. Like World War II and Vanguard, they're like the worst selling Call of Duty games. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I can't imagine what those numbers are like. But yeah, like, dude, we had the leaks from Insomniac where Spider-Man 2 cost $300 million or whatever. And it's just like, yeah, this isn't sustainable. Like, at least with Call of Duty, you know that they're going to sell. Although, I don't know how Game Pass affects it now, because you're losing a lot of premium sales.
Risk, isn't it?
Right?
It's a big risk.
But you also have microtransactions, which Spider-Man 2 didn't have. And a lot of games don't have, and at least even games that do don't have it on the level of Call of Duty. So, but I mean, how much longer? Because if you're eventually going to get into like, we need to spend $1 billion every single year on a Call of Duty game, which it seems like it's progressing to, does at some point, is that just too much money to spend on a single game every single year? Does AI help out on that? I guess that's maybe the question for the future, like AI stuff. Are they going to be able to use AI to reduce the cost of some of these things, by, I don't know, the thought would be like you need to get rid of people, but the whole thing with the industry is like AI is going to help out a lot, and you'll be able to turn around games quicker, so games don't cost as much to make. But, I'm doubtful about that.
It's a really weird time. Like, there's so many industries being upended by evolving everything, demographics, people doing different things. It's a really weird time for all kinds of industries. I just saw some figures earlier, like Twitch numbers are the worst they've been for years.
Really? What's going on with Twitch?
Hang on, let's have a look.
Like,
like the Twitch viewership numbers are down a huge amount.
Oh, okay.
Hang on, let me see this. Since so Dexerto posted this. December was Twitch's lowest viewed month since July 2020.
Oh, damn. Okay.
So they're back to they've basically lost 5 years of growth there. And that's sort of symptomatic of the wider shifts we're seeing in the industry, I think, to some degree. Where are all the users going? It's a weird time at the moment. And I think all the companies are feeling the pinch in one way or another. But I think like Ubisoft's kind of like the first one that's hit the wall. And I think other companies are going to start hitting the wall soon too as well. Like EA probably is going to start. I mean, EA's got like cash cow that is FIFA.
Yeah, EA's got Madden and FIFA and well,
But will
not
they
FIFA,
eventually
FC.
just become a sports company? Because I don't think you see Dragon Age again. I
No,
don't think it's even certain if we see Mass Effect 5.
nothing's certain in life, but I do think we see Mass Effect, but that could be the end of BioWare right there if that game doesn't perform well. But I do think you're right. Dragon Age? Nah, we're never going to see Dragon Age again.
I don't
And
think we see Dead Space again. I
well, it's
don't think we
interesting because
see a lot
there
of these
was
games.
the whole thing with Dead Space 4 where Glenn Schofield pitched it and it was like we don't want to do this now. So maybe at some point they come back to Dead Space again, but
Well, they're never going to say never, are they?
well, yeah, the thing
But
is with
I think more
EA,
with them, it's like we don't want you to make it.
the thing with EA is these things go in cycles. Like they'll be really awful and strictly focusing on multiplayer stuff, and then they'll be like, "Oh yeah, gamers hate us," and they'll do a 180, and it's like, "We're making single player games again. Here's Mirror's Edge Catalyst, and here's Dead Space, and here's this game and this game," and people are like, "Yeah, EA, that's what we want." And then those games don't do well, and they pivot back to just doing multiplayer stuff, and then people hate them again. Right? They do this pivot consistently.
No,
You
but
know?
I don't think anyone cares anymore. I think it's
Yeah.
beyond.
I don't
I
think
think it's beyond. I think it's beyond hating EA, and it's moved to just being like, I don't give a shit what EA does now.
if only they would announce Titanfall 3.
But then
Right?
Titanfall 3 will flop, and they'll see that as justification to not try again.
Yeah. That's. Oh, could you imagine if we did get a Titanfall 3 and it flopped?
Of course it will, because the kids only want to play these games if they've got like, you know, Fortnite skins, and like the people who want Titanfall, they don't want Fortnite skins in the game. You know, they want like their gritty sort of mech shooter.
Yeah, I mean, there's been some pushback on the Call of Duty shooters because they have ridiculous skins, but that's what people want. That's what people want to spend
You
their
know,
money on.
I bounced out of Call of Duty when I saw that unicorn thing. I was just like, okay, I'm done with this now. You know, and I know that's well me being like old man yelling at the cloud, but it's also like it's not what I want in a shooter personally. It no longer appeals to me, so I'm out. You know, that's not me being like, um, you know, being against it. That's just me accepting that the game's not for me. I'm not the target audience. You know, so I'll go back and play my nice little pixel game, Final Fantasy Pixel Remake, and I'll just be an old man playing old grandpa games. You know, that'll be me, bro. That'll be me.
That
But I
would be
suppose
you.
like, yeah. But I suppose like, bro, like, what are these game companies do? Do they keep trying to cater to us, or do they try and cater to Gen Z and Gen Alpha, or do they just, you know? Because like trying to appeal to everyone just feels like a recipe for disaster.
Right.
I think.
No. Um. What about the new Battlefield?
What about it?
I mean,
I'm not confident that
y-
it's going to be
but
good.
dude, um, I forget the guy's name. My memory's going.
Vince.
Or it's yeah, Vince, the savior, bro. You don't think he's gonna bring his magic to Battlefield?
Well, I don't know, man. TA. I don't really
Yeah,
believe in anything they
it's
do.
EA, right?
Cynicism's taken over, bro. It's Jova, bro.
Oh
Jova.
yeah, I do have. I did miss a super chat here from Azazel. I've been listening to Xbox 2 from France for 2 years. You're my number one podcast. Listening to you helps me get through work. I hope you earn money from Spotify. Jez does.
Oh, thanks so much.
Jez makes all the money on this show.
Yep. I'm the rich one. Run's just my slave.
Pretty much. But thank you for listening in France. That's great. That's amazing. I love always hearing where people listen from. And Mr. Sea Lord of Bravos with the Canadian 27. I like the rant so much. Here's some money, but also an appreciation for what you guys do for the Xbox community. Thank you. Thank
Very
you,
kind of
brother.
you.
And
Thank you, man.
it's funny because I posted on the Reset Era Xbox thread today, and I saw someone being like, you know, Jez isn't liked by Obsidian because he said that Pentiment was a medieval Disco Elysium, and I'm like, no, he didn't. Like that was grub. All Jez said
Yeah, I
was
never
a
said
murder
that.
mystery.
Yeah, I said it
Like,
was a narrative. I said it was a narrative adventure. I know. It was Jeff who said it was like Disco Elysium. I never
yeah.
compared it. But that's the thing. Like with Reset Era, no one checks facts.
Well,
So,
they hear what they want. But Alvin with the 5 says streaming contracts for big streamers were up late last year. People like Maximilian and Co Carnage are now dual streaming on Twitch and YouTube, which explains some of the drop off. I have seen that. I did wonder why Maximilian and Con were co-streaming on YouTube.
well, it's also like that means for Twitch, those exclusivity deals weren't worth it in their minds.
Yeah. Hey, Dr. Disrespect, because thing streams only on Rumble these days.
Huh.
Or I think he's like part owner of the website now or some shit.
Yeah. Yeah. It's really funny because we never bothered doing the co-stream thing, you know. But I just like our little YouTube community.
Remember Mixer?
Yeah.
Do you have good memories of
Remember-
Mixer?
I really enjoyed Mixer. It was fun. Fun time. Me and Roby streaming Monster Hunter. I had a lot of fun with it. Met a lot of cool people. The best thing out of Mixer was we got the Windows Central handle on Facebook, which was being squatted at the time. And when Mixer closed, they sold Mixer to Facebook or whatever. Facebook Gaming, which is also pretty much now dead. And they were like, the onboarding team were like, so what handle you want? And I was like, well, I'll have Windows Central, please. Because someone was squatting on it. And they just gave it to me. So then it was just like, okay, well, Mixer died and we got the official handle. I think it was called WP Central, Windows Phone Central, before. So that was the best thing about Mixer dying. But it is sad. I do wonder, like, I mean, with Twitch viewership being what it is, it's pretty clear that Microsoft could never have made a go of it.
No.
I think there was only room in the industry for one player in that space. And like TikTok has probably taken a lot of the Gen Z audience for that. And YouTube's just the invincible, all the sort of adulty long form content is on YouTube, which Twitch could never compete in that space. So
Hey, look, our buddy Cold Eastwood's here in the chat.
hey, Cole, how's it going, buddy?
Yeah. And then somebody says, Nate said last year Xbox Showcase was going to announce a bunch of shit that never happened. Man, grifting has got out of control. Grifting? If making predictions is a grifter, then I guess I'm a grifter too, because I make predictions as well. And I wouldn't doubt what Nate says. Nate has really good sources. And I think sometimes people conflate predictions as leaks. Sometimes where the people think something, like they're like, oh, this is what I think is going to happen at the showcase. And then other people then take what is said and be like, they said this and it's going to happen. It's like, well, no, like that's not the case.
Yeah.
Right? Like, obviously things can be wrong and things can just be predictions. I mean, I think you listen to that episode, you can clearly tell what he's super positive about and the things that are just kind of like, I think this might happen. So, we'll see. Like, even with Gear Z Day, like, I think Gear Z Day is this year. I mean, I could be completely wrong. And if I am wrong and it's not, like, it's kind of just a prediction. It's just an opinion. It's not a leak in any way. It's not like I have an internal Xbox release calendar schedule and I'm looking at it and be like, it says Gear Z Day releasing on 10/12/2025 and I'm like leaking it or whatever. It's just a guess. So, or if you get like one thing wrong, like Amat says here, Nate is hit or miss, especially after him saying Banjo-Kazooie was coming back. Like, he was pretty certain Banjo-Kazooie was in development, but it clearly didn't go anywhere, because that's what happens in gaming. Sometimes things are in development, and you think they're going to go through, and then they get canceled or what have you. Or they take longer than expected. Like, Contraband. I thought Contraband would have been released by now, honestly. Or, you know, some of those things. It's like sometimes you say something and you get it wrong. And then everybody then all of a sudden is like, well, everything you say is wrong. And it's like, that's kind of bullshit. You
Yeah,
know?
like because I leaked Contraband originally. It was Project Typhoon. I leaked it, and I think Grub corroborated, or the other way around. I can't remember off the top of my head. But it was like, and then they announced it, but and then they announced it, and then nothing happened. Can you imagine if like I'd leaked it and they never announced it, and we're still here waiting for it? You
Yeah, like
know?
Gears Collection with Nick 3 years later.
Yeah.
Waiting for the Gears Collection to be real. And you're just like, all right, it's 3 years now. Well, where is it? Where are
Funny.
you showing up on? Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's why I don't really bother with, you know. I think like when you get to a certain point and you've been doing it for so long, people can go far back enough and look at what you've said and spin it and manipulate it to create any sort of narrative they want about you. And, you know, a lot of this stuff does come to essentially people being mad that I have a preference for Xbox and PC over PlayStation or Nintendo or whatever. So like they try and discredit me or you or Colt or whoever it is or Nate, whoever it is, and they can do it, you know, because I've shared opinions which people conflate with reporting,
Because
and
how many times have I told you this? I said you need to sometimes watch what you say and you tweet, because you're in this position where people think everything you say or you tweet is like a leak of some kind, or like whatever you say has meaning behind it. Where like I can get away and say whatever I want. Nobody ever takes me
I don't really
seriously
think.
anyways, and nobody I'm just a host of the Jez show. But I always tell you, like, you got to be careful what you say, because someone somewhere, whether it's Reddit or these other forums, are going to take what you say and be like, oh, he said this. And then you're going to have to come out and be like, that's just, I mean, Grub's had to do this a whole bunch. I mean, people, you, right, you'll be right about the Final Fantasy stuff. You've been right about so many things in the past. You've been, you know, the Marvel Capcom stuff, right, that you said they were working on, right? But
Yeah, I
like,
completely forgot. Like I don't track when I'm right because I don't give a shit.
or like the
You know,
Lockhart and Scarlet shit, or all these other times that,
I leaked Metal Gear Solid fucking Delta. I leaked
right,
all the characters for Mortal Kombat 1. I leaked the name Mortal Kombat 1.
you know,
I leaked Homelander for Mortal Kombat 1 a year before it was announced. Like there's tons of stuff that I've leaked, but I don't bother to take a recording of it. Like and I've done so much now that I just forget which all the
right.
stuff that
And
I've
I have a
done.
better memory than you, so I
I don't
remember. But it's
yeah.
always
I don't give a
funny
shit.
because you could be right about 90% of stuff, and then some things don't happen, or some things get shelved, and some things whatever. And then people are always like, you can't believe Jez because of what you said in December about Xbox putting games on PlayStation when you said like
Over a year
fanboy.
ago.
Well, I know, but the thing is, people still bring that tweet up. Like whenever you're discussed somewhere and people are like, hey, Jez has a pretty good track record, they'd be like, explain this, asshole. He was wrong here about this. It's like just because you're wrong about something before somehow disqualifies you from being right about something else in the future.
I was literally just like I was sharing my opinion about discourse that I was seeing on Twitter. And my opinion was that it was probably bullshit. And I think 9 times out of 10 it would have been bullshit. But we evidently it wasn't
Yeah, and you were wrong about
bullshit.
Xbox getting ABK. Remember, you were like, "Ain't gonna happen." And I said, But you were playing that to an effect, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, no,
No,
like,
no, I honestly thought there was a chance that and again, this is obviously my opinion. I mean, you can't really predict what legal forces are gonna um, allow or disallow something to happen. But I know how much of a complete fuck up the regulatory systems are. Like not just in America, but in the UK and in Europe. And I was just sort of like of the opinion they're gonna block this just because they can and they want to flex their muscles. Like Europe forcing Apple to remove the Lightning charger on their phones. You know, it's like it's fucking pointless that they bothered to do this. They probably spent a shitload of money, like preparing legislation to force Apple to get rid of the Lightning charger. You know,
mm-hmm.
and I think it's like it's that kind of sort of like how we call it, like being a busybody in England. I don't know if that's what everyone calls it over the world, but it's like, just sort of being a job's worth and just being like, yeah, we're gonna force Apple to do this. It's like, bro, like the converters exist. I can take a lightning cable and stick a USB-C converter on it if I want. It's not that big of a deal. So now, like, you know, it's that kind of sort of thought process with ABK. I was just like, they ain't gonna let this through just because they're little jobs worth bitches and stuff. But evidently they did. But hey, hasn't the FTC court case still going down?
I mean,
Maybe they'll block. Maybe they'll block it.
I mean, Lena
Maybe
Khan's about
maybe
to get fired in 10 days.
yeah, but maybe Microsoft didn't bend the knee enough to the new administration, so they punish them. And maybe Musk decides that he's the president now, and he's gonna force Microsoft to give him ABK for his new X game studio, bro. How about that?
One of the things that we mentioned, like when people talk about your leaks and it's like I can't trust Jez. It's weird because some people are like Jez said it, can't trust it, but then other people, the same people, will be like Jez said it, so it's true. Like
when it's negative,
when
or
it's
something
negative
that
stuff,
yeah.
It's like, oh, Jez is the ultimate source on this. But when it's they don't like it, it's like, who believes Jez? But one of the things, and I know you probably talked about it last week, but
I honestly don't care. I'm just so over it.
But I wanted to bring up the Black Myth Wukong stuff. And I'm sure you probably talked about it on your solo show, right, last week?
Oh yeah, I was confused what you meant.
Well, because I didn't
development.
do the show last week, and that was a big thing.
Right? Oh, they
right?
talked about the Series S.
They talked about the Series S and
Yeah.
okay, the RAM issue and stuff, and people are like, well, that means Jez and Paul Tassi and IGN and everybody that says this stuff is a liar.
You're a gamer as well.
Yeah, it's like, well, if both
it
things
wasn't just me who reported that.
Both things could be true. The Series S could be a problem and hard to develop for them, and they could take a deal. Like one doesn't preclude the other.
Yeah, exactly.
But
I think that's exactly what happened. I think they were like, the Series S is a problem, so let's take a deal. I think that's probably what happened.
Dude, here's what I think. I think them coming out and saying that stuff is all just leverage.
Because they're trying to leverage Microsoft to help them out.
Because I think they're in the driver's seat now. Their game is super successful, super popular, has made a bunch of money, and they don't need Xbox anymore. In fact, you know what?
So why do they care then? They don't
because
need
I think
Xbox.
It's like one of those negotiations into the public space sort of thing, where we've seen developers do this. From Intori Last Song or Larian, where they mention like things wrong with the platform or the Series S stuff, and then Microsoft or Phil steps in personally to fix things or whatever, and then it gets done, and then suddenly, there's all this talk about Black Myth Wukong, and then publicly they mention the Series S and all that stuff, and to me it comes off as like let's come to an agreement. You know what? Like pay for this port. It just seems like negotiations in public, and it's it's a card they can use, and because their game's so successful, they don't need to release the game on Xbox. So it's like, hey, if you want our game on Xbox, come to the table, cut a deal, pay for the port, send your engineers or whatever, and let's just get this game done. That's what I think that whole thing is.
Yeah, maybe.
It's just
maybe, baby.
They have all the leverage now, and.
Will Xbox let them do it though? Will Xbox accept the leverage, or just be like, we're good?
Because I thought
we got Final Fantasy VII.
It's like when you look at two games that were in a similar position, where you have like Baldur's Gate 3, when that was announced and it was announced for all the platforms, and then suddenly Baldur's Gate 3 wasn't going to be on Xbox because they had a problem with the Series S local co-op, right? So it's like, okay, we're going to work on this longer. And they did, and Larian made sure to say, like, it wasn't exclusive to PS5, it was coming to Xbox later, and okay, it came later, but never once did Microsoft come out and say, like, Larian took an exclusive deal, because, of course, they didn't. It was like, and it actually kind of did suck that Microsoft didn't have it right away, although I always told you I felt it was perfectly planned by them, because they were releasing, like, right before Starfield, and nobody would have played it on Xbox anyways, because Starfield was about to come out. and Starfield was on Game Pass, and Baldur's
Mm.
Gate 3 wasn't. And then I said to you, I bet you it launches right after the Game Awards. And that's exactly what happened, right? They played it perfectly. They played it just like how I would have played it if I was in charge of Larian, right?
Oh wow. Is that when you're using your business degree?
Yeah, my non-existent business degree. But then you have Black Myth Wukong, similar thing announced for all the platforms, suddenly shows up at Gamescom, or I think Showcase, or it was Summer Showcase at the Jeff Keighley thing. Doesn't have the Xbox icon anymore, just PlayStation and PS5. And it's like, people are like, what's going on? Because this was announced for Xbox. What's going on? Suddenly, there's rumors that they took some sort of engineering deal which precluded them from releasing on Xbox or whatever. The game comes out, biggest game of the year, and then Xbox, when they normally don't do this, because you can't really go back and find many instances of Xbox saying this. They're like, oh, well, we don't comment on deals made with other platforms or whatever, and it's like, that's an interesting thing to say.
Mm.
And it's like, why would you even say that unprompted? Because I think you asked the question, and that was something they just said unprompted to you about the idea of like, well,
Yeah, it
that's
was unprompted.
weird. So what's going
That was
on here?
unprompted.
Like, they didn't say that about Baldur's Gate 3. You know, when
No,
asked
they
about
didn't.
why isn't Baldur's Gate 3 coming, it was just, there was no like, oh, there's no deal. It's like, okay, they don't really talk like this. And then, you know,
Well,
other people had heard, and then like it kind of snowballed. Other people started hearing about it, and it's like, well, what's the truth here? And it's just, will it even come to the platform now? Because maybe Xbox is like, it's not worth it anymore, or you know, did they really take a deal, or what sort of deal was it? And it's like, one, I always think to myself in this situation, how would Xbox even know there was a deal? Like, are they privy to the inner workings of not only PlayStation but of Game Science all the way in China?
I was told they were told by Game Science they took a deal.
There you go. There you go. So like Xbox is working under the assumption that there was a deal because they were told there was a deal, right? Like, Mayhem says, didn't Jez claim Baldur's Gate 3 was a deal?
Nope.
Yeah. See, I don't know why anybody would say that because I'm pretty sure you didn't.
I said something like, it sure looks like they took a deal when it hadn't come to Xbox. But that's like, just because I shared that opinion of a maybe doesn't preclude this from being a report. Fucking IGN, Eurogamer, Paul Tassi, all with separate sources, all reported the same fucking thing. So, you know. I don't know why people get so upset about this. It's like, why wouldn't they take a deal? You know, it's good business to take a deal. Like, people want it. Why do people want it to be a scenario where Xbox was arbitrarily excluded? Like, it's such a weird thing to be happy about. Like, yeah, Xbox didn't get the game because Xbox sucks. Like, fucking grow up, man. The fucking business. Like, why do you think Kojima brought Death Stranding to Xbox? Do you think Xbox paid for that? I don't think so. You know. But it's whatever, man. I think it's fine they took a deal, you know. Which is clear. It was clearly for marketing stuff. It's probably like not marketing, engineering stuff. If it was for marketing, like, maybe that's why they can't even say there was a deal, because it wasn't for any marketing stuff. And Sony doesn't want to be associated with it unless it was for a marketing deal. But it's clearly, like, you know, it's probably a combination of the two at the end of the day. But it's probably like what you say, negotiating in the open, trying to leverage Xbox like some of the other developers did. And maybe Xbox is just like, we can't just keep letting devs do this. Eventually we just have to be like, well, fine, don't port it then. Because they'll be like training their developers, or training developers to try and like strong arm Microsoft like this in public. But at the same time, Microsoft's put themselves in this position by having a weak hardware footprint. Like, if Microsoft had a bigger platform, they wouldn't have to deal with this kind of shit. So like, either way, it's Microsoft's fault. and either way, Xbox owners get screwed. So it's on Microsoft to have a platform where developers want to bring their games to it without having to do this kind of weird shady shit. It's Microsoft's fault, and it's Xbox fans who get screwed in the end. So nobody's really mad at Game Science. Everyone should be mad at Microsoft for letting this happen in the first place. And I think, trying to let Microsoft off the hook.
Well, I'm sure some people are mad at Game Science, but I mean, business deals are made all the time about stuff.
You gotta do what you gotta do to get your bag, right?
Yep. I mean, because at the time they probably thought their game would sell well, but I don't know if they had any inklings that it would sell 25 million copies. So it's like, yeah, you know what? Let's take a deal. We want to be here, and we'll come back to it. And maybe legitimately they're like, we'll come back to it, get the Series S done, and release the game. And then they're like, oh shit, the Series S is an issue for us. I don't know. It's just funny seeing this. I think I saw some developer being like trying to run this Black Myth Wukong on a game that has less memory than the Series S does, and it runs fine enough, because the game doesn't really run all that well, period, even on like the PS5 and stuff. So it's it's interesting with that game. I sort of wonder, because they said they need years of experience. So with that, like, you wouldn't expect Black Myth Wukong to come to Xbox for years then if you needed that much experience.
Yeah, so, if it needs years of development,
optimization, right?
Yeah, years of optimization, they said. And if that's true, that it needs years of optimization, it's never coming to Xbox.
Yeah, but watch it show up this year and be like, oh, look what game was showed up. Like, huh?
But they needed years and years of
we'll see.
Optimization, man.
We'll see what happened with that. But anyways, let's take a look at some of the Patreon questions. If you guys are enjoying the show, hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. Got a bunch of Patreon questions here. So we got Silas. Greetings, guys. First off, I want to commend Rand for always staying above the console warring BS. I figure now with Tim Dog's heel turn, Rand is now recognized as the great-grandfather of Xbox influencers and has to stand above the fanboys and set a standard of excellence for all to follow. I mean, I don't know about all that, but
I agree with you.
If the standard of excellence is just not tweeting, then I guess I win.
The Winter Shoulder said we missed a super chat of his.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Let me look. Winter Soldier. Oh yeah, he says, $5. Is it a catch-22 for Xbox fans with the multiplat strategy? Don't buy more stuff on Xbox and hardware is endangered. Buy games and subs. Microsoft thinks it's okay. Yeah, I mean, I could see that, where it's like, if you don't buy stuff on Xbox, then the hardware's under attack. But if you do buy games and stuff, well, it's like, that's the data point they're looking at, right? Did anybody leave? Did our console user base shrink? Did our revenue from people buying stuff go away? Is it all just a bluster and contained mostly to blowhards on social media? We always talk about Microsoft being such a data-driven company. They could be looking at that and being like, we didn't really see any issues, so people are okay with it. But yeah, their hardware is not really doing so hot right now. Back to Silas. My question is, do these, and I won't name names, but it's not hard to figure out, people who grift and shill for Xbox or PlayStation realize how ridiculous they appear? Being shills for a plastic box? The other day, my wife, who's a clinical psychologist, was looking at my X feed and reading some of the more prominent Xbox influencers and was rattling off all these social emotional conditions they were demonstrating over their timelines. You guys know some of these people. Do these people have emotional mental issues? She's actually having her intern dig more into the social feeds. My wife has written 2 papers on sports fanaticism, and I think she's sifting around another type of fanaticism to research. Hey man, when it comes to us and them, people separate themselves into tribes. Right, it's not limited to just consoles. It's AEW versus WWE, or it was WCW versus WWF.
Yeah, dude.
It's
I was
sports
like,
teams versus other sports
yeah.
teams. It's everything that separates you, us versus them, is going to have this sort of stuff. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, as you were reading that out, I was thinking of the sports comparison, right? And then he brought it up himself, right? I think like I think being a fan of something and being passionate about anything is inherently human. You know, people for thousands of years, people have made up things to be passionate about. You know, like the things that we call mythology now, people would have sworn was true. You know, worshipping Zeus, you know, in ancient Greece and stuff like that, right? Um, I think I think it's fine to be a fan of anything and be passionate about it and sort of, but you have to do it in a healthy, non-toxic kind of way. Like for example, my one of my pet peeves on social media is when people tell people that they shouldn't like something,
Mm.
you know. And I think that's like one of the things that Xbox fans are faced with on a daily basis on social media is when they're told by fanboys that them liking Xbox is a bad thing for some weird fucking reason. I would never tell anyone what they should or shouldn't like, unless it's Apple. But yeah, I'm joking. But you know, it's the point. It's like I think when it's like when people are serious about it, then it gets like super toxic. Whether it's football, you know, or video games, or AEW versus WWE. I was joking earlier that AEW sucks. You know, but I wouldn't begrudge someone who's really into it. You know, you love AEW, that's great. You know, it's more like it's so much better than having sort of using your passion as a way to justify hate and destruction, which so many people across the world do, sadly. Um, but you know, I don't know if I'd call it. It's like anything, like being a super fan of something. As long as you're not toxic about the other, I think that's completely fine. Like, there's a famous dude on Instagram and TikTok who really loves trains. I can't remember his name, but he's a British chap. He really loves trains. He's a train spotter, and it's the most wholesome fucking thing. This dude loves trains. He just loves fucking trains, and it's infectious watching how happy the trains make him. You know, and I think that's just the most human thing in the world. But it's not like he's there like car enthusiasts suck, you know, or something like that. I think he actually likes cars as well, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, some people feel like it's their identity. You know, like Xbox is my identity, so uh I need to rah rah and cheer for it everywhere, and I needed to downplay any bad news and do any of that stuff. And that goes for like any of the platforms. Like, you make it such a part of yourself that you feel any attack on the platform is an attack on you, right? And I've known like really really um like insane Bears fans where like when the Bears lost the Super Bowl, they legit were crying and it's snot running out of their nose and thought about like wanting to kill themselves. And when you would say like the Bears suck, they would get super defensive and, you know, like I despise like couldn't be in the same room with the Packers fan, right? Like some of that stuff's real. Or, you know, I see some of the stuff on WWE versus AEW stuff. It's just for whatever reason humans are kind of positioned into this us versus them mentality where like I made the right choice, I'm over here and this is the right one, you're over there, you are, you know, clearly wrong. Like, because there's that thought process of deep in your mind, like, did I make the wrong choice? Did I make the wrong decision? Should I actually be with that group? Right? I think there's an element that goes with all that stuff too. But yeah, it's an interesting discussion. I'm sure your wife can probably write a great paper and have some choice quotes on Twitter and videos about people about that stuff. And I'm not surprised that she was pointing it out. Let's see here. We got Briggs Country. Jez, with the Surface team working with the Xbox hardware team, do you think the Xbox handheld will have an additional GPU and a dock that will connect to a TV to boost performance while docked, similar to the Surface Book 2, when it had the GPU and the keyboard, but you could still detach the screen and use it as a tablet.
I think you have to remember with the Surface Book 2, that thing was monstrously expensive. You know, the one with the DGPU. And I think one of the cornerstones of a console is that they're affordable. You know, it's the whole point of a console is that it's affordable. But obviously with Thunderbolt, Microsoft can do things like have an external GPU and do all that kind of shit. But Thunderbolt ain't cheap. You know, to sort of have a dockable GPU, you know, you need to have like either use something like Thunderbolt or you need to use proprietary ports like on the Surface, which makes that shit expensive. So while I think like maybe they could do some of that stuff, maybe. I also sort of like I think what you're going to probably see from next gen is something more traditional in both directions. I think you're going to see a traditional Xbox Series X successor, and I think you're going to see something that's allegorical to a Steam Deck or, you know, an Asus ROG Ally or something like that. I think at least first time round they'll probably do something traditional. But I could be wrong. I have literally no idea what shape or form the next gen Xbox platform looks like. All I've heard is that there's going to be an Xbox Series X successor and some kind of handheld. And then it's like, what do those fucking SKUs look like? How much storage do they have? How many versions do they have? Do they have an Xbox Series X SKU that's more affordable in the sense that it's maybe less powerful, so that it can upgrade the Series S user or something like that? I don't know, but it's certainly something, you know. I think it would behoove Microsoft to do something innovative. But at the same time, you can't be too innovative because developers want things to be as standardized as possible. So it'll be interesting to see what they come up with the team they've got in place now. Obviously, the person leading hardware is, you know, Rohan Sones, who was in charge of the Windows OEM operation before. Microsoft veteran, has all the connections with HP, Dell, Razer, all those companies, and I think she was hired in for a specific reason. So we'll see where all this goes. You know, Tom Warren in his newsletter suggested that um, it's going to be about bringing Xbox games to PC. But I'm just sitting here thinking, like, the licensing nightmare that would create if, you know, if they don't do it in a certain way.
Well, I'm
You
sure.
know,
Yeah, we'll see what happens with it.
yeah.
I'm sure that a lot of people would like that. Like, oh, by the way, all the games you own on Xbox now you get PC versions too, so you could take.
I would
it with you.
fucking love that, man. I would adore that.
People like that.
That's the holy grail, man.
Sick and Tired says, "Hi, man. I honestly think that if Microsoft didn't face the uphill battle they did with the CMA and FTC, they might have doubled down on exclusives to promote the Xbox and Game Pass. Now, the thing I find funny is that the CMA and FTC went hard at Microsoft to protect Sony and to make sure there was healthy competition in the high-performance console market, and yet the end result is the total opposite of competition, to where Microsoft is moving away from the console model, leaving Sony alone with the overwhelming dominant console with very little competition, which has already shown negatives for the consumer, such as higher than expected costs for the PS5 Pro. I think the battle with the regulators kind of broke Microsoft a bit and made them reevaluate their entire business model moving forward. What say you?" That's an
I think
interesting
that's
take on it.
probably, yeah. I think that's probably part of it. I think like Microsoft was really taken aback by how much regulators pushed against it, because like in their mind they were like, our Xbox operation is getting cooked by Sony, but like in the regulators' mind it was like, oh, Microsoft's fucking huge already. Do they really need to be bigger? You know, and they were looking for every sort of, they were looking in every direction possible to sort of justify not allowing Microsoft to become an even bigger entity than it already is. When you look at things like cloud, Office, Windows, all that kind of stuff, you know, they've got a bunch of de facto monopolies in different sectors, you know, for better or worse.
Do you remember the people that were saying? Because I remember this clearly, and one of these guys is like a Netflix star who has his own like whatever. It was basically saying if Microsoft was allowed to purchase Activision Blizzard, then Sony would be knocked out of the business that Microsoft would have a complete monopoly over the video game industry. And I always thought, what the fuck are you
Ridiculous.
guys talking about? Like seriously,
Yeah,
like
insane.
it like at what point did any of this like like did you like realistically think, oh, if they bought this and they put Call of Duty in the Game Pass and they can control it, then nobody's going to want PlayStation. They'll be completely out of everything. They won't even exist. Do you remember this? Do you remember these talking points these people made about this
Yeah,
idea
all
of
these.
Microsoft being this dominant monopoly in the console space? And I was just like, you guys are absurd if you think. And look what ended up happening. Sony fought them so hard to prevent this, and it all ended up basically being like Microsoft's putting all their games on PlayStation anyways. Like it all
Yep.
ended up pretty great for PlayStation, because they get everything, and the whole idea of like, well, you should just get a PlayStation because Xbox games are there too. But like the complete opposite of what happened is, I don't know. I always just chuckle when I think about those videos and those streams I saw of people being like, this is a monopoly. And I'm just like, what are you smoking?
Yeah.
It's the furthest thing from monopoly you can imagine. You know?
Yeah, some of the takes were just crazy, and we. That's like why it was so frustrating sometimes covering that shit, because it was like these
It
takes
was basically
are
like,
either just completely ridiculous or just in bad faith.
yeah, it was like
Yeah.
Microsoft shouldn't be allowed to buy Activision Blizzard because they're Microsoft. And it's like, well, that's not a good reason, but I feel like you're right that the regulators saw them as Microsoft, because Xbox as it's like, yeah, they're way behind Sony, and if you just like break it down into like the high performance console market, like PlayStation is kicking their ass, and now Xbox has sort of floundered even more since then. So now PlayStation has an even more an advantage. So it's like,
Mhm.
did regulators do that? But then like, the regulators even really care about any of this stuff? Like, are they gonna just let? Well, I mean, I guess the From Software Katakawa stuff didn't go through about the anime stuff, but it's just it just seemed like that, like Lena Khan had a hard on for Microsoft and was like, no matter what it is, we're just gonna try to block it. And the CMA was like, we're gonna flex our power. Like, cloud? Are you kidding me? Like,
Ridiculous.
it didn't make
Absolutely ridiculous.
any sense. And here we are, a year later after it closed. And like all the things Microsoft was trying to fight for, like the idea of them having exclusives and all those sort of things and competing against PlayStation, they've all like given up on anyways. So
Mhm.
what was the point? Anyways, Agent of Chaos 904 says, "Hey guys, it may be a new year, but in the gaming space, it's still 2024 with regards to Xbox, with outcry and complaints still coming from Xbox's multiplayer strategy as shown by today. As we are now in the second year of this type of news, what do you think the community needs to do? Keep fighting back or accept? From what I've seen, fighting back has resulted in changes in Xbox Resolve, and so does there come a point where this becomes less of a concern. From what I've seen, fighting back has resulted in changes in Xbox Resolve. No, it hasn't. Fighting back on this has not changed Xbox Resolve in any way, shape, or form. In fact,
Uh, I mean, he might be referring to 2012, right?
oh, I mean, sure, there's been other scenarios where like fighting back against like the gold stuff or the pre-orders.
But that's the thing. It's
of
like
the,
you had mega YouTubers and influencers fighting back on some of that stuff. Where like this time, a lot of those multi-platform influencers and press or whatever, they're cheering for it, you know. So like, I think this is just a mathematical,
I think it's just a money thing.
economic. Yeah, it's a mathematical reality that Xbox has sort of settled into, where it's like we feel based on projections of the next year or two that we have absolutely no choice about doing this if we're going to continue to fund the operation as it is. These studios have to go multi-platform in order to reach profitability or even just deliver return on investment. I will say this though, I think there could be a point in the future where Xbox goes back on some of this stuff, but it's only if it's only going to happen if they figure out how their PC store is going to work and actually get people in, and that means reducing reducing friction for developers, which is the biggest issue right now, is that developers don't even want to port their Win32 games to the Xbox app because it's such a fucking pain to deal with. And I've probably got you demonetized the amount of times I've sworn on this show around. I'm sorry. But so that's one issue they're gonna deal with. But the other one is like if cloud can actually reach some kind of penetration, you know, and what they need to do is they need to work with TV manufacturers like LG and Samsung and actually bake some of the tech into the TVs, which makes this a better experience because a lot of these TVs they don't support, properly configuring the TV for like 5 gigahertz Wi-Fi, for example. Their best experience while you plug the TV in via Ethernet, which obviously most people might not be able to do if they've got a Wi-Fi setup with the Wi-Fi router in the house not being the same as the TV, and also like direct to TV controller connections as well, rather than having to use Bluetooth. So like, there are a lot of things that Microsoft can do to sort of improve that experience and potentially bring Xbox to more people as a sort of app/service. And in that universe, when Microsoft does start seeing serious penetration there, maybe Microsoft's like, oh, actually, we could probably deliver more here if we actually start making some of this shit exclusive again. So I think based on like, it depends what happens with the market and the marketing conditions over time. So I don't think bitching and moan about it or campaigning against it is going to change their mind. I think you just have to go with the flow, decide if Xbox is for you in this new universe, and if it's not, then absolutely move on, do what's best for you. But
I mean, it's
I
your
don't
money
think,
at the end of the day.
yeah,
Your
I don't think
money, you
Microsoft's
work
changing
hard
tack.
for it. Like, you spend it where you want.
Yeah.
If them going, if their current strategy doesn't bother you, whatever. I mean, like,
I mean, there are so many
do you?
aspects about this strategy that I do like. The fact that I can just like I can boot up Final Fantasy 3 on my computer and play my Xbox version. Like that is what I want. I want to be able to get my games everywhere. It's just like so few of them are actually like fully available right now. So many of them are just like, it's nice when it's there, but it's so few. I can't play Red Dead Redemption 2 on my PC, for example, unless I buy the Steam version. If I get the Steam version, then I don't have my save. My save files, my Xbox save files, are not in enough places for Microsoft to really claim that all these devices are an Xbox. And and that whole this is an Xbox thing, it doesn't hold water when so much of what my Xbox experience isn't on those other devices. So, and I think one day they probably will get there. And I think when they do get there, if everything is still hunky dory, if they're still afloat and making money, then maybe they will be like, let's pull back on some of these exclusives now. Now's the time to do it, Because
Yeah.
I wonder, Rand, like, if Half-Life 3 is real, making that exclusive is a pretty great fucking weapon for what Steam's trying to set up. They could make more money by putting it on Xbox and PlayStation, sure, but like, is the value for them keeping it exclusive to drive more people to Steam, to make Steam the default? I think maybe it is. And maybe one day Microsoft will have an exclusive that's so good that it becomes a good weapon, like Elder Scrolls 6, if it's really, really good and the timing is right, maybe it's ready when the next gen Xbox consoles are ready. Maybe you at least make that a timed exclusive so you can like really drive people to get excited about Xbox, But I think like there'll be occasionally times where Microsoft like has second thoughts about what's exclusive and what isn't. But it'll all be based on like case by case basis, which is what they've already said.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I want Half-Life 3 to be real, but I also sort of feel like what's really in it for Steam to have it exclusive? Like, they're already the dominant store on PC, and like for a lot of people, Half-Life doesn't even, like, console guys, Half-Life doesn't really exist. I mean, the last one came out 20 years ago, 21 years ago. So who you really like pulling over? Like Half-Life has, You want to talk about a game that has no cachet with younger audiences? I feel like most of the Half-Life audience already moved to PC. So making it exclusive is kind of just, you're just not making as much money as you
Mean.
could.
Just mean.
I mean, not
Is it
mean.
mean?
Like, okay,
It's
I
mean.
get it.
A bit mean.
Like, I guess you could say, well, they didn't put Half-Life Alyx on PSVR or whatever, which,
Exactly.
would that have helped? But it's like, maybe it would have. Maybe it's not worth it. Maybe they're like, nobody's gonna buy this on PSVR 2 because nobody owns PSVR 2.
Hmm.
Half-Life 3 is gonna be a big deal when it's announced, but it's gonna be a big deal for people our age. Like anybody younger than us isn't gonna give a shit because they didn't play any of those games. So
Yeah.
we'll see. Agent of Chaos. Oh no, we just read that one. Pat Rock. Do you think the way Activision prioritizes Call of Duty and the way they streamline their studios to support it while working on other titles could influence Xbox and its other studios? For instance, Elder Scrolls 6 is literally GTA for RPG fans. It seems like that should be all hands on deck. I'd rather see multiple teams tackle a project than a single studio rely on AI to fast track development. Yeah, I mean, I guess from the business side of things, if you wanted to prioritize the bigger fish, like the Elder Scrolls and the Call of Duty, that's the way you would go. But as somebody who, it's like, who would want maybe more games from outside of just Call of Duty, like a lot of people would feel like that was the downfall of Activision, is when they took all those other studios that were making all these other interesting projects and basically put them as support studios for Call of Duty. Because not everybody's interested in it. And I get what you're saying about like Elder Scrolls and stuff. And it's like, well, should it be coming out faster? It's like, why isn't there a Fallout 5 in development? And why are you going to have to wait till 2033 for Fallout 5? Like, you should streamline that stuff. But there's only so many teams and so many developers. What are you going to be like? All right, Machine Games, guess what? You're not independent anymore. You're folded into Bethesda. Enjoy working on Fallout from now on. I wouldn't want that, would you?
No.
Right? And I don't know. Like, I think you've always said Xbox kind of just lets the developers do what they want in a way. I think Bethesda still and Activision still kind of like run themselves. For the
Yeah,
most part.
they are quite sort of, they do have that mindset of letting developers have a lot of freedom and independence.
Yeah.
Like I think even Notch recently said, Notch of Minecraft fame, he recently said that Microsoft had done a good job of letting Mojang keep its independence and resist enshittification in Minecraft. Which I thought was a pretty good endorsement of how Microsoft does that kind of stuff. But like the school of thought that they give them too much independence. Like, where's my super duper graphics pack for Minecraft on Xbox? Where is it, Rand? Where is it, bro?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know, Jez.
Yeah.
We have Matt recently made the switch to PC and was surprised to see how many big third-party titles are missing from the Windows storefront. Really wanted to keep collecting achievements through Xbox. Is this something Microsoft is working on? Kingdom Come Deliverance 1, for example, is on the PC store, but Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 isn't listed. Thanks, guys. And that, my friend, is the biggest problem the Windows storefront has. The biggest games don't go there because nobody really uses the store, and developers don't want to port it there because it's not audience. And it's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy. It's like, well, if you won't put the games there, then the audience won't grow there. Yeah, it's whatever.
Yeah,
But
developers like Microsoft doesn't make it easy to bring things to Windows Store, and that's a big issue. That's a legacy problem that Xbox is kind of inherited from the old Windows days. And I think like over time that will improve and you'll start to see more developers come across. And I would expect at what's it called now? GDC, we might hear some announcements about Microsoft making it easier or, reducing some of the regulations about bringing things to Windows. And also the certification processes, I expect them to be deregulated. But will that result in more people coming across? Because right now, the thing that brings people across to Windows Store is not organic growth. It's all as a result of Game Pass deal, which is not. It's not really what you want. You want that organic growth. You want a developer just be like, set up an account and then put the game there. The fact that I can't do that right now is an issue, and one I hope they'll fix. But yeah, it sucks that a lot of those games just aren't on the system. I was literally talking to someone on Twitter the other week about how Forspoken, for example, on the Windows Store, is several versions out of date compared to the Steam version. So there's a bunch of issues like that.
Yeah. We have Ethan says, "Hey guys, hope all's well. I heard there's some leaks going around about Halo coming to PS5. Any truth to that? I generally think that is the best thing for Halo. It needs exposure to more players. This could revitalize the community. I think Halo has a chance to become one of the big players again if available to all. Seems like there's truth to it. Only time will tell. And maybe that is the best thing for Halo. Maybe what it needs is like more players and a new user base to discover it and enjoy it and play it. You know, it did revitalize Sea of Thieves to a certain extent, being on PlayStation. And I would imagine Sea of Thieves will be on Switch. Probably get another jolt of users. You know, but even still, like, I don't know how many people are playing Halo Master Chief Collection at this time, like the multiplayer of the game. You know, but you would have to give those players the games, earlier games, if you want to like drop a Halo 7 on them, because you know it's like, oh, here's Halo 7, PlayStation and Nintendo fans, and they're gonna be like, what about the 6 previous games? You know, people might not be interested then, so. We'll see. Good old Colin says, "Hello, Jez, and Happy New Year, Rand. Yesterday, I caught a report from independent creator People Make Games about the use and exploitation of support studios in third world countries so that AAA studios can say they are not forcing crunch on their employees. It was eye-opening, and at one moment generally gave me shivers down my spine. For as much stick gaming journalists get for game coverage, it's good to see that there are people investigating the darker side of the industry. I know of NoClip, and now People Make Games, and of course there's Jason Schreier. Do you know of any other outlets doing deeper dives into gaming?" I do not.
IGN, Kat Bailey at IGN
Is she
was
still at
doing
IGN?
some stuff like that. No, she left.
Oh, yeah.
So follow wherever she ends up. I suppose she'll be good for that. Bloomberg in general seems to do a lot of that stuff. Doing that kind of investigative journalism takes months, and it's really, really expensive. And I think like that's why you don't see that kind of quality game journalism from a lot of outlets, sadly. You know, speaking as someone who's on the inside, we couldn't afford to do it. You know, if I had to focus on just doing that for like a few weeks or months or whatever, we'd lose a shitload of money. I have to write every day in order to keep my job. Which is, you know, hard bloody work. Yeah, the Euroanalysis. There's also Rebecca Valentine at IGN, who's she's still there. I'd love to get her on Xbox 2+1 at some point.
Yeah.
I think that'd be cool.
Sithbank says, "Hello, fellas. What are some of your favorite midnight releases you ever attended, if any? Mine would be GTA 4 and Batman Arkham City. When I went to the Gears 3 midnight release, they, EB Games, did not get their shipment in yet, and I guess instead of calling the 50 people who pre-ordered, showed up and were not very happy. I remember one person throwing his shoe at an employee. Jeez. Midnight launches, I was at Titanfall. I was at the Halo 3 midnight launch. And I think at the Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 midnight launch. I think the Halo 3 one was by far the best. I didn't really go to many, but I definitely went to the Halo 3 one.
I've been to only one.
For what?
Can you guess what it was?
World of Warcraft?
Yep.
Oh my,
World
loser.
of Warcraft Vanilla, babe.
Jeez.
For World of Warcraft, there was about 8 people there. But yeah, that's the only one I've ever been to. Me and my 2 friends went. All dudes, all with beards. I think we were the youngest. We were the youngest people there. I think I was like 18 at the time. There was dudes there much older than we were. I remember thinking, what am I getting myself in for here? And sure enough, yeah.
We got Lee Sanders. So with the Dev Direct news, where do you think this leaves other titles not on the Direct, like Fable, Clockwork, Gears? Well, I think me and Jez said we both kind of think Fable is Direct after the showcase in June. Clockwork,
Yeah,
I think, is
I think so.
2026. Gears, you know, it could be this year, and if so, we'll see it again at the showcase. But I think the Direct's just going to focus on the first 6 months. D Big Fluffy Bunny. Hey everyone, I hope you all had a
What
great
does
week.
no one ask about State of Decay?
Because nobody cares about State of Decay, that's why.
Short run.
Hey everyone, I hope you all had a great week. I just finished watching Gundam Seed, Gundam Destiny, and Gundam Freedom on Netflix, and I am in desperate need of more mechs. What
That's
are
a
your
good
some
lot of
favorite
Gundam.
mech games that you played in years past? And what are you excited for in the future? Mine would be Mech Warrior 1 and 2. Have a great weekend. I'm not really that big into mechs, although there was the one game that they showed. It seemed like it was going to be mech based from the guy who made Shadow of the Colossus and Eco. So I'd
Yeah.
definitely be interested in that. My buddy Gopher is like super big into Gundam and like Neon Genesis Evangelion or whatever it is, like the mech stuff.
Yeah.
You know, I've never really been into mechs. I mean, they look cool and stuff, but it's not something I've ever. You know, I'm not something I watch and I'm like super interested in. So I would say I don't have any right now. Although I do want to play Armored Core 6. Maybe I'll play Armored Core 6 this year or next year.
I was gonna say I ain't played a ton of mech games. I kind of like them in theory. Obviously I was a big Transformers kid, which I suppose inspires my mech interest to some degree. But Armored Core 6, I'm probably about halfway through that, and it's a lot of fun. Another game on my eternal backlog I need to finish.
All right, we have not Skywalker. Jez, you indicated you could corroborate reports Master Chief Collection is coming to other platforms. How about Halo Infinite? In my opinion, that is the Halo game that would most benefit from a release on PlayStation in 2025, not Master Chief Collection. And as a longtime Halo player, it would frustrate me for Master Chief Collection to make the transition before Infinite. Do you know if an Infinite port is in the cards at all? I mean, we sort of talked about this, but I think you have to give them Master Chief Collection first.
Yeah, because I suppose Microsoft's thought process is people need to actually experience Halo's origins before we put Infinite there. So I do think Infinite will come, but I haven't personally heard about. The only one I personally heard about is Master Chief Collection, and that was actually the first one I heard about after the 4. I heard about Master Chief Collection before I heard about Indiana Jones, which is weird, I suppose.
You know what? There could be a case that Halo Infinite doesn't come to PlayStation or anywhere else. They may be happy with Master Chief Collection and then just move on to whatever their next project is.
Do you think maybe they want to test if that will move some people to playing Infinite organically?
Maybe
Not necessarily buying an Xbox for it, but maybe playing it on PC or cloud or something. Do you think they want to test that? I think Microsoft's doing a lot of experiments right now.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on when like Halo 7 is. Or whenever the next Halo project, where it's like you give them Master Chief Collection and then afterwards it's kind of like, do we even really need to put Infinite there? Nobody's playing Infinite anymore. Like, do we just not put it there? But I guess maybe you would want to if you're really going to continue the story with 7 and then 7 you put everywhere. I don't know. We'll see. Diego says, "Sup guys, as a consumer, the idea of the next Xbox having the ability to play your Steam library is awesome. However, if I were one of the heads of Xbox Microsoft, my concern would be the potential loss of revenue from doing that. Xbox get a percentage of each game microtransaction, but by introducing console gamer to Steam, and they buy their games on Steam, you're losing that revenue. Me personally, as someone who has all the consoles and PCs, Steam is unmatched with their storefront. I don't see myself buying any games from the Xbox store if the Steam is there too. What's your guys' thoughts on this?" I mean, yeah, we've had this discussion before. I always said to Jez, I'm like, I don't get it. Like, if you put somebody else's store on your platform, and that store can be played as many places as your own platform, because it's like, if you can play it on this console, buy game on that Steam, and then play it on your PC and then your handhelds. And usually Steam games are cheaper. They're definitely cheaper at launch. Aren't you
That
just
trend
like,
is falling off a little
well,
bit.
it's falling off a little bit, but it's like, why would you want to introduce that? Potentially moving a customer who spends, buying games on your platform and spending money on microtransactions on your platform, and then introduce them to another storefront that potentially could be better for them. So then you lose lose them as a customer. I'm just curious
I got
about
a couple of thoughts on this.
all that
Right. First of
integration.
all, yeah. First of all, it ain't free to run your own store. So to some degree, it's kind of like um you're not necessarily just giving money away. You're also sort of like um it's I think someone told me in LA the margin to run your own store is about you lose 30% on Steam, but you still lose about 18% just by having to run your own platform, right? So like it's not like you make 100% of that money by running your own
Yeah,
platform.
but that's just the cost of business.
Yeah, exactly. But um at the same time, it's kind of like lost train of thought, man. I'm getting sleepy.
Yeah, well, we're almost done here, anyways.
It's also there's hang on a sec. I just wanted to look something up and then I lost my train of thought. I wanted to look something up to make a point, and then while I was looking it up, I forgot what my point was. Bear with me.
Well, in the
What was the
meantime,
question from?
I'll do Panda Man's question. With Squid Game coming out, what kids game from Britain or USA would translate into a Squid Game show set in the US UK version of this show? I think the game of Sharks and Minos would work.
Minnows.
I don't really know many kids. I mean, could you imagine like a hardcore Barney show? Does Barney even exist anymore?
Barney the dinosaur.
Yeah.
Man, the only kids game that I can think of is like hide and seek. Maybe hide and seek where you murder the person when you find them. Oh man, I don't know. It's kind of grim. Did you play? I don't know, like lots of kids games. I didn't have any friends.
I
It was
mean, like the
always
one I
like
could think of,
fun games.
I guess you could say is like Red Rover, let so and so
What's
come
that?
over, and then you'd have everybody would be linked arm to arm, and then somebody would have to run and then plow through the connected arms, and if they they get caught, if like they don't break through, they have to join the line, and if they break through, I guess they get to take somebody over back to their line. I guess maybe you could like turn that into somehow a hardcore show or something.
This
I
is
don't know.
getting complicated. Did you have Bulldog at your school?
No, never heard of it.
So I don't know if this only works when you've got like a football pitch, like a soccer pitch. But it was like you'd have like one team of kids standing at one end and another team of kids standing at the other end. And then like every I don't know, every like I don't know, 10 seconds or something, you'd have to sort of like one team would have to cross the other team and basically you'd have to sort of grab someone from the teams and then they ended up in the middle and then it was like whoever like had someone left at the end ends up winning or something. I've explained it really badly, but I don't know, I could do something like that. I didn't play many games as a kid. Like in England it's just it's when when you got recess as Americans would say, everyone just plays football. Maybe you could do like a Squid Games football, but the ball is a bomb.
Yeah, something like that.
Oh god, I don't know.
We got a super chat here from Jay Foley, what studio do you guys think would announce their game's date before GTA announcement? My guess is FromSoft. Yours? I mean, they're definitely big enough where they could be like, yeah, we're releasing our game this. But I mean,
Elden Ring 2.
well, like the Nightblood, right? That's supposed to release this year at some point in time.
Mm.
I think a lot of studios are gonna hold off and wait to see if GTA is delayed or not before they give out release dates. Because honestly, there's nothing that can compete with it. So I think everybody's gonna play it safe.
Raj says we might have missed his question from Patreon because he added it late.
Okay. Yeah, I'll
But
get
please
to it.
refresh.
Okay. See here. Yeah, Raj. During last year's business update, Sarabon said the following. Timestamp, 18 minutes and 29 seconds. And we've got more to come. There's some exciting stuff coming out in hardware that we're going to share this holiday. Only thing we got this holiday was this is an Xbox ad. Surely they were planning to reveal something more. If so, what was it? And it's still in the plans. I think they had something they wanted to show. Probably based around third-party OEM stuff, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Or maybe explaining how like their next gen ambitions are gonna play out with that stuff. And it just didn't happen. You know, I mean, they said that stuff in February, and they probably thought, okay, it'll happen at the end of the year. But then, you know, as things change, so it probably got delayed, and maybe it'll happen sometime this year. So, I mean, Jason Ryan will talk about seeing this Xbox OS thing for handhelds sometime this year. Maybe that was supposed to be ready this fall. So it's probably based around that because, like, I think the next console from Xbox, I'm with Jez. Like, I'm not sure it's coming in 2026. Maybe it comes in 2027. And if it's 2027, they won't talk about it this year. But if they do have plans with third parties, and if, you know, Jez has talked about the whole, like, oh, what if they have a licensed branded handheld? That's probably something they would need to talk about. Maybe that's something that they were going to talk about. It just got delayed, you know?
Mm-hmm. I could try and find out.
But yeah. Anyways, I think that's it. I think we've talked about everything we wanted to talk about. We're a little bit over 4 hours. So thank you guys so much for
4 hours.
Yeah, thank you guys so much for tuning in,
man.
Hanging out with us.
Time flies, baby.
Hope you enjoyed the show. If you did, hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. If you did, check out the Patreon. We'd appreciate anybody who does sign up. We love all you guys. We'll be doing an Xbox 2+1 on Tuesday with Special Nick, so that should be a lot of fun.
Hell yeah.
And I'm going to continue to play Persona 5. I'm going to continue to play Metaphor ReFantasia. I don't know if I'll be done by next week. I mean, even if I put another 40 hours into it, which I probably won't, but even if I do, I'm not sure that'll be enough to finish the game because it's supposed to be longer. So, yeah, we'll probably talk about it again next week, and then we got the Dev Direct in 2 weeks, and I'm really looking forward to that, seeing what stuff Xbox has and secret games and all that sort of stuff. So, until then, guys, have a great weekend. And keep it gaming. Later.
Take care, everybody.